All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pre-Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible long weekend and a incredible Father's Day weekend as well, being Father's Day yesterday. So, good morning, Peter. Good morning, Eamon. How are you guys today?
Doing great myself. I had a good Father's Day yesterday. The girls were here visiting and talked to my son, called my dad, all the usual stuff. So it was a good Father's Day for me. So now I'm ready to get back to work. That long weekend was a little unexpected for me anyways. The Friday, it always feels weird when you get a long weekend, right? I find these market holidays sometimes, they're just, I don't know. They throw me off. Rather than trading.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I was off one day last week plus the holiday. So for me, trading's been like very sporadic, like all over the place. So ready to get back into a full week of trading. And hopefully the market is too. Eamon, how are you, my brother? How's everything?
I mean, it's good. Like Peter said, I'm a bit tired after the long weekend, but I'm still in a good way. I mean, I had some relatives visiting me, and some of them I haven't seen for years. I just forgot that I had some relatives that far. But anyway,
I forgot you
relatives.
existed.
yeah. Well, it was good meeting them. So slowly switching back now from family mode to market mode.
Awesome.
We'll see how it goes today.
There you go.
That is awesome. All right, friends. Happy Father's Day to all those out there. We're celebrating yesterday, and let's get to it. I am, by the way, like Peter and Eamon, exhausted from all the activities over the weekend, but it was a lot of fun. All right, Gappers List brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Friends, you can always head over there and see what's the latest and greatest as far as our tools, market atlas, scanners just like this one, and much more. So we'll dive into this a little bit later. I see it's a lot of stuff in the green this morning. I was looking at the market earlier today, and like for example, my trading has been this month brutal. And I started looking at the SPY, Peter, and you see the SPY, there's a reason why April and May were so great and this month has not been, right? If you look at the SPY, look what we've been coming off. Just an incredible run in April, continuing into May. And then June, we just been a lot of sideways, right? A lot of sideways action, no clear direction. And this has definitely affected the way traders are trading and their results, given the fact that we're not getting these great continuations. So hopefully a lot of stuff is behind us. We can get to some good overall market trading, but it has not been easy out there for sure. So we'll dissect this Gappers List a little bit later. Before we do that, let's jump into last week in 60 seconds with Eamon.
All right, guys. So good morning, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed the long weekend and hopefully you're not tired from it. Now, quick recap for the last week. The market finished the week green. NASDAQ gained about 2.4% for the week. S&P was up just under 1%, and the Dow gained a bit above 0.5%. And I think Thursday did most of the work. That's when the whole recovery happened. So after Wednesday's hawkish Fed reaction, the buyers came back. But the important part is, or the important thing is where they actually came back. They bought a lot of tech, small caps, and chips, right? And part of that was because yields cooled off a little and oil kept moving lower. Now, the biggest macro story was still Iran. Finally, the Memorandum of Understanding was signed online midweek, and the market obviously liked that. But I would not say that the story is fully over. Remember that the deal gives the US and Iran 60-day window to work toward a bigger agreement. So this is more like it was a big fire, now it's small fire. It's not fully out. So finally, the Strait of Hormuz looks like it's reopening. There are still issues. It's getting open and closed depending on headlines, but we've seen some activity going there. Shipping activity improved a little bit. Oil dropped, and most importantly, gas fell below $4 per gallon for the first time since March, which is huge, right? This is good news for consumers and good news for the inflation story. But then over the weekend, Iran said that the strait was shut down again because of some fighting that happened in Lebanon. And that is the part the market cannot ignore. Shipping went from improving to slowing again very quickly. So the energy story is better than it was 2 weeks ago, but it is still not good, right? It's still fragile. So this week we'll still keep an eye on oil. If oil keeps falling, the market gets more comfortable. And if oil bounces, we get negative headlines, inflation fears come right back, and we get back maybe to point zero. The second big story that we had was Intel. Intel jumped after Trump said that Apple would work with Intel to design and build chips in the US. That's also a huge headline for Intel because the whole question around Intel has been, can it become like a foundry play, not just some secondary play? And now we are seeing some details that could put it ahead many companies. So it might start small. We're not going to see big change in Intel numbers, but that's promising for the long run and for the longer term investors. It's also good for us, day traders, because these news, they keep the stock being volatile. And when you get news after news after news, all of them are positive. I mean, we can keep trading this stock every day. I know that Carlos doesn't like it, but still, it's one of the stocks that I think is going to be playing. And I personally enjoy trading Intel, but I have my stocks that I do not like. So I think we all have that one name that we hate because of some bad history, right?
Agreed.
Anyway,
Agreed.
the third story, and maybe the most interesting one, was Accenture. ACN got crushed. It fell around 18%, and that is not just a normal earnings reaction. Investors were asking for a long time whether AI is helping consulting companies or AI is starting to replace part of what they do. Right now, Wall Street is rewarding companies that build AI infrastructure, but it's punishing a lot of companies that look like they may be disrupted by AI. So the AI trade is not just buy everything with AI, it's becoming more selective right now. There are AI winners and there are companies that are going to get crushed because of AI. That is why ACN move is important. Now, enough with last week. Let's go to what to expect today. Today we have two stories fighting each other. One is positive. Oil is finally falling. The Iran deal is moving forward and lower energy prices help inflation story. But the other story is still negative. The Fed was hawkish last week. Warsh skipped his own dot. Half of the Fed officials who submitted projections still see a rate hike this year, at least one rate hike. And the market is still trying to figure out what the new Fed communication style means. So today is kind of a test. Does the market care more about the lower oils or the market care more about the hawkish Fed? The first thing to watch is obviously oil. The Brent is back below $80, and this is big. It's big change from where we were around this whole Iran panic. But I would not call the Hormuz story resolved. Like we said, shipping improved, then slowed again over the weekend. It's still very headline sensitive. So Kepler saw a jump in traffic, then a sharp drop after Iran said that the strait is closed. That means that oil headlines can still move so fast, even though the first signs of deals are happening. If crude keeps falling, obviously that helps the airlines, transports, consumers, and the whole inflation story. But if it bounces because of Hormuz, because of Lebanon, because of Iran headline, there are a lot of party players around here. And if one just starts to mess up with something, everything goes back, right? The second thing to watch is the 2-year yield. I enjoy watching it because it's probably the cleanest read on the Fed story. If the 2-year yield stays elevated, the market is confirming that the Fed is still in control. The rates are still a problem. But if the 2-year yield starts to ease while oil keeps falling, then the market may finally help the tech and small caps increase or go higher. So for today, I would watch the oil and 2-year yield in combination. If both move in the right direction, we might have a good bounce today. If one of them stalls or both of them have issues, then we might see a sell-off today. The third thing is the week ahead. Peter is going to go over the economic data. I think it's light or nothing, but Thursday is the big day. But let's leave Thursday for Thursday. But I just want to mention that the PCE inflation is probably going to be a number that we want to keep an eye on. And we have some good earnings coming in this week. MU, everybody's watching it. We'll see what's going to happen then. And finally, SpaceX. For today, SpaceX is still a supply-demand story more than a fundamental story, but it's still SpaceX. We are going to keep watching it. And yeah, I think I'll keep an eye on it. It might be less volatile this week, but who knows? We'll see what's going to happen. Anyway, let's head to Peter and the gappers list afterwards.
Well, as Eamon said, the economic calendar is so light that it's floated away. There's nothing on it. It's completely empty today. So we got no events to worry about. We can just focus on news, of course, as always, should news break, and anything that's gapping on the list. So why don't we go right there?
Carlos expected some
Carlos?
economic calendar
He missed
and
it.
took a longer break.
I know. He went away. He went to get a coffee and he left us hanging. So it's like when you have a production error. I'm sorry. We got to fill the empty air here.
Look at the watch list though.
Primary
INTC.
I was just going to mention that. Yes.
Go
Carlos is getting
for it.
punchy. So he got punchy and then disappeared. Just because.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here. What happened?
Is it because of me, Carlos?
Well,
is it because
no,
of
what?
INTC?
The economic
No.
calendar was empty, so it took me like 3 seconds, and then I handed it back to you, and you weren't there to hand to. So
Oh,
we had a little
usually.
Yeah.
Sorry. Usually
Yeah,
go a
that's
lot
right.
longer than that, so I ran to
I
get my
I
cup of
know.
coffee.
I knew it.
am
That's what I
dying.
said. You went to get a coffee.
Dying, guys. I'm sorry, but today I am exhausted. I could feel it.
Yeah.
So here's the second cup. Let's see if we
You know,
get
I
this
should've-
going, man.
I should have moved to this random piece of news that I wanted to share. Let's let Carlos drink his coffee. Look, I've got
Let's
a
do
picture
it.
of a dude on the screen. Anybody know this guy? This is completely random, but I thought it was interesting. Unfortunately, this guy died this weekend. He was 85 years old, and you probably don't recognize him. I don't know him, but his name is James Burrows. And he has had a huge impact on most North Americans' lives if you participated in popular culture or ever watched TV. So he is a famous producer, or was, I guess, a famous producer in Hollywood. And he started by producing and directing episodes of the Mary Tyler Moore Show and then the Bob Newhart Show. I mean, even if you've never watched any of these, I'm sure you've heard of them, right? But he basically moved on to every major sitcom franchise in history. He directed and produced Taxi, Cheers, the final episode of MASH, which was one of the most famous in history, Friends, Big Bang Theory. Like he basically did it all. So, anyways, James Burrows died this weekend, but it was amazing to me that this one guy has produced all these shows. No wonder all the sitcoms sort of look the same. You ever notice that? Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to change now, or maybe start to look a little different now. It's just not like one guy behind it all. Anyways,
That's a very nice
It's a
long
deep
list
resume.
of names. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's
a deep-
some big shows there. No question. So, all right.
they apparently called him the Steven Spielberg of sitcoms. So there you go.
There it is. Man, the guy behind everything. Never knew him until now, Peter. So there
Yep.
you go.
There you go.
All right, friends. All right, let's get to it, guys. Our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Let's look at the first one on here. The couple on the top are popping up pretty significantly here. 47%, 39, 20, 13, and then you start dwindling down. But for the first couple here, you got some really nice gap ups and not many low flows besides ICCM, which I believe that ticker was active last week. We'll double check that now. The only real low flow on there, everything else has a higher flow, 55, 100, 2.3 billion, and 602. So not like a huge low flow list to start off. So let's take a look at this first one here. APGE is leading the way, friends. 46%. This looks nasty. It looks like a bio. 2.7 million shares traded. And you can see here the pre-market it's just not a whole lot going on. Tons of volume being traded at one price tag. So might not really be tradable, Peter. This might be one that's just won't be able to move well today.
Yeah, and you called it. This is Apogee Therapeutics. Don't get used to the name because they're going to be acquired by AbbVie for $135.11 per share. And look at where the price is. We're just below that. So this is not going to move. It looks like it's a $10.9 billion deal that I believe is all cash. So yeah, it's not going anywhere. Nothing to see here, unfortunately. Nothing to trade, anyways.
Nothing looking good there at all, friends. All right, let's look at the next one here. Up huge, 38%. DT. DFTX, excuse me. So Definium Therapeutics. Now this pre-market action looks a little bit better, up 37%, 1 million shares traded. Look at the daily list on here. Nice gap up from 25 over to 36 this morning. 35, actually 34.50, and now back down to 33. So Peter, some good action on here. This is the one that's not a low flow, 107 million shares traded. What is the latest and greatest?
Yeah, but we need to treat it like it's a low float. This is I don't think we've ever seen this on our list. Definium Therapeutics. They basically have a phase 3 trial on what they're calling their MDD trial. Basically, it's a 12-week double-blind placebo-controlled trial that has had positive results. So it's popping the stock here as they release the information over the weekend. I guess there's a webcast also that was happening, started about 17 minutes ago. But it's we don't like to trade these. So if you do, by all means. But for me, I think I'll pass.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with that one, but no, not really tradable. All right, next one, ICCM. I believe we saw this last week. Yes, we did. So last week, yeah, it gapped up last week. We blew right through it. It gapped up last week above 5 here, and then I think it gapped down. I don't remember, but it was active, or somebody called it in chat. I remember because it went crazy. But we didn't put it on our list, so we kind of skimmed through it. But here it is, ICCM, continuing up 23%, 7.3 million shares traded. Again, on their third day of being active. I don't even remember what the news was. I don't think we went over the news on this. But Peter, anything good happening with ICCM?
I don't know. It feels like it's just sort of a residual play. You're right. They did have news late last week that they got some FDA authorization to move forward with a clinical trial. They got a private placement, but I mean, a $5.5 million private placement. Don't get me wrong. The money, I'm sure, is great for them, but any company that's going to move so drastically on $5 million, just it sends warning bells off for me. And part of the reason why it's gapping or moving so actively is that earlier in June they had a 1-for-30 reverse split. So that happened on June the 4th. So so basically take this massive $6 price, divide it by 30, and you can realize this is a 5-cent stock. So or whatever it is. So let's not get too excited. Or 20 cents, whatever, 66 bucks divided by 30 is. I can't do math apparently this morning. Anyways, 20 cents. But so yeah, I don't love it. It's a good, as you said, not technically a low float, but I mean, it's no, is it? No, this one is a low float. Sorry. This is absolutely a low float.
No, this one is, I have 107 million.
Oh man, I show 1.2 million shares. ICCM?
Yeah. Sorry, ICCM is 39. Yeah, low flow, 39 million. Yep, correct. 39
very
million.
Different numbers still. But anyways,
yeah,
whatever the number is, treat it like a low float. And if you like it, then go for it. For me, I'm moving on.
Yeah. All right, friends. Next one on here, QXL. QXL is the next one on the deck this morning, and we are up 14%, 689,000 shares traded daily. You can see here we got some increase in volume lately. Still very low. The entire day is like less than 1 million shares traded for the last 2-3 months. So again, that's not good for us. Won't be on deck. Quantum X Labs. Now, does it have to do anything with quantum, or it's just the name of the lab? Maybe some drug facility, or what's going on here?
No. No, it seems to be a quantum compute company that we hadn't heard of. So and their headline, again, there's lots of cool words in it. Quantum X Labs launches an integrated quantum computing program combining clinic quantum algorithm with proprietary error corrected decoder for scalable fault tolerant applications. Ooh, they released a new product. So they're
that's what they did. Yeah.
I'm suspicious of any quantum company we haven't heard of to now, right? Because we were following the big ones when they were moving. I mean, not saying they're not out there and doing good business, but again, this is a low float with what did they have? They had 11 million in sales. I got to give some credit there, I guess. Like with 11 million in sales, that actually gives them more sales than Rigetti Spaghetti.
Mm.
So they who only had 10 million. So I guess they're a real deal. But
That's interesting.
From a trading perspective, they certainly haven't been anywhere near as active as the other quantum ones that we typically follow.
Okay, it's interesting, but I'll leave it alone.
Yeah,
Very light volume. We might see this later if it continues to actually become something. It'll come up again, but for now we'll leave it alone.
I agree.
All right, let's go down the list, friends. UMC is next. I feel like the ticker name sounds familiar, but let's confirm. United Microelectronics. I feel like we talked about this before. Daily moving very well here in the last month or so. Definitely an increase in not much volume, but an actual movement of the daily, right? They went from not moving at all. They're trending higher. Look how small this daily candles are to actually seeing a body now, right? So you got some kind of bodies there on some candlesticks. Today we're gapping up 13.5. Doesn't look great still. Sitting on the New York Stock Exchange. I don't know what these guys do, but they're doing something well since April, which, as we know, guys, April is when a lot of companies started to go northeast. This one is also joining that team of companies that are doing very well after April. So, Peter, not sure what they do, but today they're gapping up pretty significant here, up 13.5. Already a million share, almost under a million shares traded right now. So they got some volume behind it as well.
Yeah, they're a semiconductor company, and it might sound familiar. It's only because all of these company names pretty much sound familiar, don't they? I mean, it's sort of like quantum. If you're a microelectronic company, you got all permutation and commutation of micro and electronics and in the name, and I don't know, they all sort of run together at one point. But this is the smaller one. There's going to be a little bit of pop up, I think, on a whole bunch. I'm surprised we're not seeing some of the bigger chip manufacturing companies. When Taiwan released their local or official think tanks released their growth forecast, and they're expecting a 10% growth in AI driven exports, and we know that Taiwan is the key place where all chips are manufactured. So for them to suggest that their market is going to grow 10% in 2026 is pretty big, especially being that we're obviously partway through this fiscal year, as well as more than halfway through the actual year. So well, I guess not quite more than we're just about halfway through. In any event,
close.
10%, close. 10% increase is big, and that's seeing a bunch of these, especially the smaller semiconductors, get a little bit of a boost. Specifically to this UMC, they are planning a price increase on their key chips, and as we all know, the demand is so huge. You could pretty much ask whatever you want, and generally the market's going to pay, as long as you don't outprice yourself compared to the competitors ridiculously. So yeah, they think they're going to increase their prices by at least 10%, and that's what's giving this company a boost, because they get to do the same thing that they're doing now and get a 10% premium for their efforts. So
yeah. All right, guys. So if you like it, put it on deck. I'm on the fence on it.
Yeah,
probably gonna skip it.
How about why don't you trade Intel instead, Carlos?
I do. I have Intel there just because Eamon likes
saw
it.
that.
I'm just gonna put it right on there, and we'll see what happens.
Hey, I
want to trade this. I'll have it on my list. I'll seriously have it on my list. I want to trade this, but let's see if it actually, let's see if it treats us well. It hasn't in the past many times, so we'll see if that changes. All right, let's do one more. Then we'll hop around, see some of the better, more likable names, more tradable names towards the bottom of this list, right? Like Intel and some other ones. But let's do one more, then we'll hop around.
Mention a PSA, since Michelangelo is mentioning it, and it's pretty obvious. In the Bearable Trading chat room for all of our chat members here with us, we've got a new news bot that's taking the information out of Trading Terminal and putting it available. We were talking about this, and it's a great feature that's going to allow sort of the news to be front and center. So, because sometimes the market moves, we're like, what was the news? What happened? This way, while we have the link to the Trading Terminal news feed here, you don't have to go searching for it. So the information is in the news tab, which is is relatively new. You can see there's a new tab for the news. This morning, however, those messages are being duplicated in the main chat. Our developers are based out of Vancouver, so once they wake up their little sleepy eyes, they'll fix that. So right now, it's unfortunately happening in the main chat and the news tab, but yeah, the developers will be getting that fixed later this morning. So just to let you know.
All right, there you go. All right, friends, let's continue here. One more, and then we'll hop around a little bit on this list. Let's look at KEEL, KEEL, and look at that go this morning. So one that's been very active over the last couple of days. We have not seen it on our list because for the most part, it's been a lot under $5. So under $5 tickers do not show up on my gappers list. But here, as you can see, we are looking pretty good as far as the daily goes. So this morning, gapping up 11.43 million shares traded. Peter here. KEEL Infrastructure is having a good quarter, it looks like.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they've been having a good time. Like they recently raised apparently about this is like I don't think, have we ever seen this on their list? Doesn't seem familiar to me. But you know, it's a company that's in a good place. They raised $458 million to help their data center projects. And we know the market loves data center projects. And the interesting thing about that was that they didn't even need the money. People were offering them money, and they basically released a statement saying, we'll take your money, but we don't really need it. So thank you. We'll keep it in reserve and use it for future growth opportunities. So, okay, you know, that's pretty awesome. Apparently, though, the reason why it's jumping, and we're seeing it now a little bit more, is they're going to be included on the Russell 3000 index on June the 29th. So that's next week, a week from today, they're going to be added to the Russell 3000 index, which means between now and next Monday, there's going to be a few ETFs in that are going to be adding their stock into their index funds. And so there should be a little bit of buying on this stock. I have never found these to be actively tradable. It's good news, and it's neat the fact that they're being added to the index. It might make for a good swing trade, especially if you knew about it before the news came out. But to try and trade it, it's not active enough of news that it tends to, like, the buying's going to happen, but it's going to be not enough to propel this during the trading hours, at least in my experience. So that's what's going on with KEEL.
All right, there you go, guys. If you like it, you can have it on deck. 602 million shares flow, so a little bit on the higher side, as you can see there.
And the volume's good this morning. I mean,
yeah,
it actually looks pretty good, but I said I'm just skeptical as to whether that good movement is going to continue after the opening bell. So.
Yeah. All right, we got just under a minute here before Engineering the Market starts. Eamon, let's go to our feature story. So our friends over on chat do not miss it. But let's go to our feature story, and then we'll hand it over to Jared, who's going to start Engineering the Markets in about 2 minutes.
All right, guys. So the big story for today is the US-Iran deal that happened during the weekend. And finally, the war is over, at least on paper. But the hard part starts now. The market got the headline it wanted. The memorandum of understanding was signed. The shooting between the US and Iran, I mean, it's supposed to stop. We'll see what's going to happen. And the Strait of Hormuz is also supposed to reopen. The US blockade is being lifted. Iran gets oil sanction relief, and we get cheap oil and gasoline. So the relief is real. But like we said, this is not a clean peace deal yet. This is more like a 60-day pause button. The easy part was stopping the immediate panic, and the hard part is everything that still needs to be solved within these next 60 days. And the biggest one is the nuclear issue. Iran agreed. Sorry, I think I disconnected. Did I disconnect?
You're good.
Oh,
I hear you.
We still got you.
All right, that's good, because my VPN is just starting to activate.
Yeah, it blipped, but you're still here.
All right, that's good. So like I said, one of the biggest issues that we have right now is the nuclear deal. Iran agreed that it will not build nuclear weapons, but the details are still not finished. What will happen to the enriched uranium that is in Iran right now? How much will get diluted? Where does it go if that happens? How strict are the inspections going to be? How much sanctions relief does Iran get in return? Those are not small details. Those are actually the details that broke the deal from happening so many times before. And that is why the next 60 days are important. The second risk is the Strait of Hormuz. The market wants to believe Hormuz is opened, but the weekend showed that this is fragile because shipping at first improved, then it instantly slowed again, and Iran said that the strait was closed because of Lebanon. There is also this question about the fees or tolls. Trump says no tolls during the 60-day window. Iran is talking more about maritime fees later. So for oil, this is important because if ships have to worry about fees, insurance, and security, then the oil prices will not fully normalize. And the final big risk is Israel, right? This is probably the biggest political problem. Israel was not part of the US-Iran deal, and Israel is still fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon. So this is important because the Memorandum of Understanding talks about ending military operations on all fronts, including Lebanon. But if Israel keeps the troops in southern Lebanon and Hezbollah keeps responding, then Iran can say the deal is being violated. So we're going back to point zero, and that's how this can break. Not because the US and Iran immediately start shooting each other, but because there are so many parties in this conflict, and one party can break this whole framework. So be careful calling this fully solved. This is not peace with all details finished. This is just a ceasefire with a deadline and many things that could happen within the next 60 days. So that's it for the feature story. Back to Peter and Carlos, and leaving the chat room for Jared for the market engineering.
All right, excellent. All right, guys, so we'll leave you with Jared. Engineering the Market starts now in our chat room. If you want to guys to join over on X and YouTube, you can do so by heading over to bearwithtrace.com and seeing the membership options there. All right, take care, guys. We'll catch you guys a little bit later. Peter, I see you got some gas prices up this morning. I got to tell you, New York is out of control. I was in New York yesterday, and they're still above $5. Like, we're already dropping below $3.80. And the guy at the pump here in Jersey, having a conversation with me, he's like, yeah, if you come back next week, it'll probably be even lower, probably down $1 more, something like $1 more. Like, right, you're probably exaggerating. And I told him, oh yeah, because the Strait of Hormuz is getting fixed, right? And he's like had no clue what I was talking about.
Really?
Like no clue whatsoever. He looked at me like, what? What is that? Like he had no idea whatsoever. I'm like, this is your business, man. I thought you would know what's happening. Nope, not a clue. He just knows that it's scheduled to eventually start dropping down. So it was interesting. It was interesting. I thought it was going to have a conversation or something. No, not the case.
Right. Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's I guess not everybody's up on the international news. All he knows is when the price goes up or down. I guess when he gets told by corporate or something.
Yeah.
Anyways, Eamon mentioned the gas prices, so I thought I'd check it out. And he's right. The national average. Now, the state average for New York shows it's only 420. But I'm willing to bet they don't separate Manhattan here. So, yeah, I bet on the island it's got to be a lot more expensive compared to upper New York State. But yeah, apparently it's $3.92 nationally. And Eamon was also correct that just a week ago it was over $4, and it had been there for the last little while. So, in any event, I was just checking out the gas prices to see what they look like.
Yeah. So, yeah, there you have it. All right, friends, let's continue here. What do we have? Let's look at, as far as the gap up, Peter, anything else you like on here? I know some better names towards the bottom of the list that we did not cover. NVO might be in play today. TSM, I see some other ones on there. Anything else you like before we head over to the gap down?
Well, in general, the semiconductors are gapping higher, so I like that. I like the fact that they're all moving. That they look normal, I would say, in terms of activity, right? Whether you like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel's probably the one that we already pointed out that looks a little more active than anything else at almost 5 million shares traded already this morning, and and gapping up, but not a huge amount because it's actually been moving down in the pre-market here. But yeah, I like the semiconductor sector. Interestingly, most of the other stuff is actually gapping down, so maybe we'll have to get to that on the gap down list. But if you look at the other orbital 8 stocks, I'm still trying to make that stick. Anyways, the Magnificent 7 stocks, they're all pretty much gapping down. It's only the semis that are up this morning. So we got a little bit of a mixed picture. I mean, the market overall is up marginally, right? We're about 0.1 to 0.2% higher. But that's about it. So Carlos, yeah, it's really iffy as to which way we're gonna go when that bell rings.
Yeah, we'll see, friends. SpaceX, of course, we're going to have on deck, so we'll see how that plays out today. Down 3.8 right now, 5.5 million shares traded, so definitely going to be putting that on the list this morning. So let's go to the gap down. Let's see what's happening there. We got a couple on here. I was looking at some of the stuff that wasn't played last week, like CAS. We saw that last week be very active. I think it made our popcorn list, if I remember correctly. But let's see what's happening here. Let's start with AGI. AGI this morning, we are down 13%, 281,000 shares traded. And as you can see here, it doesn't look all that good pre-market. Daily looks a little bit more active as it's dropping some more. Volume for the most part very light, just around 4 million on the highest days looks like for the most part. But again, not one that we've seen before, Peter. Alamos Gold. What is this, like a car rental company? What is this?
No.
What is this?
I don't think it's Alamo, the car rental service. No, that's this one's a little different here. But they are they have some news today. And oh, sorry, I just lost the news. Hold on a sec. I had it here. But it you know, Alamo, I feel like we've seen this before, but I don't know. Maybe it's a Canadian gold company, and they basically have they tried to turn it as a positive. The market doesn't agree. That they reported that they found high grade gold in some drilling results. But the market is concerned about the cost of extracting that gold. So, gold is always good if you can extract it. But this is what's called the Island Gold District area. Anyways, they're planning some expansion. I don't even know where that is, to be honest. But it's sort of funny. Like, our Canadian government here is promoting something they're calling the Ring of Fire, and in the Ring of Fire, we've got all sorts of mineral deposits and the ability to extract the high grade the mining operations for the growth of Canada. But if you actually look at the Ring of Fire, it's a real area in northern Canada. There is high grade deposits. There's not even a road that goes into this thing. Like, it's so remote, it's in the middle of nowhere, and there's zero infrastructure. So anyways, I understand the market's concern perhaps that Alamos says, hey, we found some high grade gold. Can they get to it, and can they cost effectively mine it? So that's the concern on AGI. We don't like mining stocks. Anyways, all that story being told, generally mining stocks do not trade well. So down 12.8%. The volume is low. I'm not going to try and trade it.
All right, there you go. Another person that passed away today, Peter, Alan Greenspan. So there, yes, I haven't read the whole article yet, but he dies at 100. Federal Reserve head, economist, longtime head of the Federal Reserve, dies at 100 years old. Wow, what a great life.
I mean, look, he was very vocal and very active during because he was Fed chair during the whole telecom boom and bust. And yes, I think he's most famously known by the public. I mean, he's a lot of policy decisions and stuff that are still, in effect in the U.S. today. But the term irrational exuberance was something that he coined in one of his speeches, and that sort of took over the airways for a long period of time. Every time the market went up, they would call it the irrational exuberance of the market. Came from Greenspan. So there you go.
Right, there you go. He survived by his wife of 29 years. Wow, very nice. All right, we'll see. We'll see how that plays out here, and let's see what else we got going on in this market, guys. So next one, AGI, not going to be on the list. Yeah.
You just read that news article. Greenspan, how old was he?
100. He was 100. Yeah.
And he survived by his wife of 29 years?
Yeah, he was married 29 years to her.
So he got married at 71?
Well, maybe second wife. But
apparently.
But, yeah.
It sounds like a long time, but I was just doing the math there. That's way to go, Greenspan.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about it like that. 29 years might sound long if you're checking out at 60. But if you're checking out at 100,
so that was a late marriage, really.
Late marriage.
Anyways.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 29 years. Andrew Mitchell. The chief Washington correspondent. Okay. All right, so she was also in the business. All right, guys. Let's see. CAST is next. CAST. We saw this last week. CAST had a huge gap up. I remember being very, very active. It made our popcorn list. Today it's just coming back down to reality. So I don't know how traded was going to be. We're down 12% here. 1.5 million shares traded. Says it's shortable for us. Really? Let's see how many. Yeah, we have 1,000 shares. It's not a lot. But you do have, says it's shortable. I'm not sure how long that's going to be there. Not really in play here, guys. I'm going to leave this one alone.
Yeah, last week they had announced that they have a reseller deal to resell Starlink, if you remember, and that got it popping up. And now we're just sort of, the excitement's over. We're moving down. So it looks like a big gap. But I mean, just look at the daily. You can see we're well above, any price that this thing had been trading in the previous month. So, it's just one of those after, second day plays. So nothing to see here.
Yeah. All right. So we'll leave this one alone, friends. Go to the next one here. BTQ. BTQ is next. And, wrong ticker. BTQ. This one, another low price stock, down 10%, 351,000 shares traded. BTQ Technologies. I just don't know about this one, guys. On SSR, we do have, again, a little bit of shares for short also, and the flow 89 million. So not a low flow, but again, I don't see this that tradable. Peter, what's your thoughts?
No, and the float's going to get bigger as they've announced basically a secondary offering. They're going to try and raise about $150 million by selling some more common shares at the market prices. So usually get your stock to drop. So that's what's happening.
Yeah, it's not gonna trade well. All right, let's do one more here. The list is getting bigger, actually, to the downside of things. I do see Google's making their way here. I do see Redwire, which I know many people like to watch, Rocket Lab, and Reggae. So better, more recognizable names hitting the list to the downside this morning. Let's look at GFI, and this one is down 9.6, 324,000 shares traded. Is this gold related to the other stuff we talked about earlier? Another one that's gapping down here today.
I mean, it is a gold company, but no, the news is different. In this case, they got a big lease transfer, one of their big mining properties that they were looking to transfer a mining lease after its expiration to some transfers, and they're thinking this is in Ghana, and they think that the Ghana officials may block that, which would be problematic for the company and dilute the value of that holding. So this is the Ghana Tarkwa lease that they have. So again, mining company, thanks but no thanks.
There you go. You guys are great. All the comments about Greenspan. We're saying that Greenspan was a player. I mean, he's a handsome guy. I mean, let's review here. Let's review. Look at this.
Was he?
This is look at that. 1974. Come on now.
That's not what I know him to look like. So
I know it's not what you know him to look like, but that's what the ladies know him to look like.
Yeah.
So look at that.
That's Greenspan in 53. I mean, show him in the 80s.
Well, yeah. If we go there, he's gonna look a mess here. But look at the guys.
He's gonna look a mess.
The guy looks. Here's what you recognize. The public recognize him as.
There you go.
The last time, But this is how they met. You see this guy in the street, you're like, he's a handsome fella.
I don't know.
Right?
Wife of
much younger.
Wife of
much
29 years. That means she only met him in the late 90s. So so there you go. Oh, look at that. Interesting.
There's something going. All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, friends. Peter, as far as the gap down, what else do you like this morning that's gapping down that we might have not covered?
Well, we can't go a morning, of course, without mentioning everybody's favorite SpaceX. Space. So SpaceX, this is a continually active stock ever since its release. I know we're just over a week in now. It's our second Monday of trading SpaceX. And look at this, already 5.8 million shares traded. Now we've had green days, we've had red days. It's a real stock. So yeah, I think it's just in play. It's almost like it's sort of taken over for Tesla, in fact, because Tesla's volume, look at that, less than 1 million shares, and not moving as well. It's in fact almost gappy. I mean, that's not normal for Tesla. So I do think that some of the volume that in the friends of Tesla have maybe moved some allegiance over to SpaceX, and they're jumping on that bandwagon. So we'll see what happens. Doesn't mean the stock's going to go up, but it's definitely active, right? With this much volume, I think you've got to keep it on the radar. The other one that is interesting to me, anyways, is just is Apple. Apple, I think we were talking about this on Thursday, Carlos, when we were last trading here. Apple's one of those stocks where it moves when you stop watching it, and it has these good days when or good open moves whenever we're not paying attention. And I think that it's sort of we've got to be aware of that, whether you want to watch it or not. It's 4 times out of 5, it's probably not going to do anything interesting. But that 5th time, it's going to give you some great trading. So, be aware of Apple. We'll see. I mean, I don't particularly have a reason. There wasn't any big news on Apple over the weekend that it's going to move today, but it's one of those that can be in play. We were sort of saying the same thing about a couple other stocks. Remember, PLTR used to be that sort of favorite for us, where you never know what was going to move, and then CoreWeave, right? The CRWV was another one that we sort of said, sort of has that same profile. So anyways, we'll see what happens with all of these stocks. But for me, I'm going to focus, I think, on the semiconductors this morning because they're in play, and SpaceX, and and that's about it. That's where my eyes will go to at the open.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, friends, let's see what you guys like this morning over in chat. Let's pick off some of the names you guys are watching and want us to take a look at. So checking out Cast. Yeah, Cast we did look at. This was the one that was in play last week. Just coming back down to reality here. It might be in play today. 1.5 million shares trade. That's a low flow, right? Because I believe this is very low. This is down at 15 million shares flow. So you got to be careful with it. But again, I won't be watching it here, so careful if you are. NVIDIA, we mentioned a couple of some of the semiconductors, NVIDIA clearly being one of the ones that we do like. I will watch NVIDIA today. Pre-market action looks okay. Volume 1.7. Daily just been, again, all of the month of June has been tough, right? Hasn't been great, hasn't been easy. You can see that. Look, we went from this type of trading, and you see it's across the board in a lot of tickers. You look at the SPY, you see it's across the board on the SPY as well, to a lot of sideways action, right? So, but it is NVIDIA. It looks like it wants to go green here. Just did for about a second, back down into the red. So I will add this on here as one of the ones that we'll be looking at this morning. We can check AMD, see how AMD is looking as well. AMD, let's see here. AMD actually looks good. It's in the green, 379,000 shares traded. So not too bad, not too bad. Let's see what else, guys. So MU, Peter, you're giving us MU, and so is this guy here. Who is this person? Well, what's going on with you, man? Why you gotta bomb the chat? Let's take a look at what's going on here.
What's happening?
What's happening with you, man? All right, we'll give you a chance. I'm gonna put you in timeout. I'm not gonna block you yet, but I'll put you in timeout for 5 minutes. You go in the corner there for 5 minutes, my friend. But if you keep bombing, then I'll block you. But all right, here's MU. MU up 4.5, 2.3 million shares traded. So you can watch it if you like it. It's just getting out of control. Getting difficult to manage the risk on it. So be very, very careful on it. I know a lot of people like to watch this one. Peter, I'm not a big fan of the price tag and the way it moves. I know John was talking about this last week. I think he was also trading it, and it's a little messy. So do you like MU? Are you gonna have it on your list today?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's all-time high. I tried to trade it last week, and it did not treat me well. So I don't really think so. It's too high price. The spread is huge, right? Like it can go up to a couple of bucks, and I find that challenging. So I don't. For me, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So again, you can watch it. It's definitely in play. But again, I'd rather we look at AMD. AMD looks okay today, actually. AMD looks actually pretty good on the daily. So I think I'm going to have AMD on the list too, next to NVIDIA this morning. And I do have Intel, man. It's just semis today, guys. All tech stuff. Intel, NVIDIA, AMD. I mean, that's what looks good. Give me something else. Anybody has anything else that we can look at this morning? Check in to see what you guys have. But so far, it's been all tech. Let's see if anything else. Today feels off for me. Microsoft, yeah, it's. I mean, a lot of people. I'm tired. I'm not gonna. So maybe if you're tired, you might feel off a little bit. I'm definitely a little bit tired. So, if you're tired, you could feel off. But we'll see what the market gives us. We'll find some opportunities. No question. There's always something. Microsoft, yeah, I don't see anything special. 1.1 million shares traded. Their daily has been great. As you can see, the drop here moving lower and lower. Pre-market, I'm not seeing anything that looks awesome. But they got good volume. Like 1.1 for Microsoft seems like a lot. I don't normally recall what their pre-market volume is, but this seems higher than usual for Microsoft. So, yeah, could be a good one today. Maybe a secondary list. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it, but we can look at it a little bit later when the bell rings.
I don't see any. I don't really see any news. What the heck is going on here? I'm getting spammed here.
Where are you getting spammed?
No, not in the chat or anything. My news feed, it's like coming up with this Norton virus warning thing and whatever, it's like these little bots. Microsoft, they did sign a 20-year power purchase agreement with Chevron subsidiary Energy Force One to help power their new West Texas data center. So I guess that's good. But I mean, that just feels like a normal day for Microsoft. I don't know. Like usually news like that is not enough to propel to get Microsoft to do anything different than it normally does. I don't know if it'll be interesting today. It could be. It probably won't.
Yep, agreed. All right, on the secondary for now, we'll see what happens. Let's do two more, Marvell and TTO, and then we'll head over to Eamon with our fun fact of the day here. So here is TTWO. It is up 2.4, 71,000 shares traded. This is Take-Two Interactive, and not sure what the news is, but the pre-market action, again, doesn't have a lot of volume, which I don't think this stock gets a lot of volumes, and maybe 71,000 is a lot for the pre-market. They are gapping up 2.3. Their daily seems to be getting towards their recent highs here. Any news behind it? If there's any news behind it, maybe this can be one that gets going, but at the moment, I don't see anything explosive besides them getting to their near recent highs here, which is not their all-time highs, but their recent highs from May. I don't see anything great on it. Peter, any news on TTWO? I know if they have news, they can trade well.
Absolutely. Their key franchise, Grand Theft Auto, is releasing the next edition. Grand Theft Auto 6 pre-sales orders are going to be available on June 25th. So they got a planned launch for this game in November. And if you know, like when you're doing these big games, especially these open world games, often they get delayed, right? They run into bugs
too much,
especially when they do the beta testing. Because let's face it, there are so many fans out there for this, and people that try and break the game. And if you try hard enough, you can usually break a game, especially when it's an open world and you can interact with almost anything. So, we'll see. Everybody's then, now a little more bullish that they actually are going to launch this in November. And with the pre-sales, again, going up June the 25th, that's good news for Take-Two Interactive. I have to admit, I've never played the game.
Really?
No
way, man. It's a great game. It changed the way we think about gaming, for sure.
Oh yeah, I know that. And
then when they first came out, yeah,
it's sort of weird. Like normally in a game you're not the bad guy. Here, like you're the criminal terrorizing everybody and everything, right? And that's sort of the point of it. But you're right. Also, the whole open world concept, where basically you can just sort of wander around and do whatever you want, which is interesting. So. I've never played it. Never played any editions. So this.
No, it's pretty intense. I mean, I haven't played any of the later versions. I remember playing only just one, the first one that came out, man. Then the gaming for me was a thing of the past. But it's awesome. So I can only imagine how good these things are over here. So there you go. All right, it's a fun game, yeah, and I haven't played any of the new ones, Mike, so I can only imagine with the graphics and everything how good these things are now. So, all right, there it is. All right, friends, TTWO. You know what? Just for that's big news for them. I'll put them on the secondary list. I don't think they're gonna get the volume they need here.
No,
they will. You know when they will if the game takes off and the sales are off the hook, if the sales are much more than expected, then we'll see a real nice play out here. But right now, I think it's just business as usual for these guys. All right, let's and these are pre-orders only too. They're not even, it's not even released. It's just pre-orders, right? So let's see if they get a good report of pre-orders that make them pop here. All right, friends, let's head over to something that is popping. It's our fun fact of the day, brought to you by Eamon.
All right, guys. So here are a few interesting facts. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve just fell to its lowest level since 1983. And this is basically an emergency oil stockpile that most of people never think about. But during the Iran war, it became one of the most important assets in the US economy. The government pulled almost 9 million barrels from the reserve in 1 week. And that was not the largest draw ever, but still it was one of the biggest. And it tells us something very important. The SPR did exactly what it was designed to. It helped bridge an energy shock, it helped keep fuel flowing, and it gave the US time while the Strait of Hormuz was disrupted. But it also showed us the risk. The buffer is not unlimited. You can use it in crisis, but after you use it, you have to refill it. And if another shock comes in before it's rebuilt, the market will have less protection. The second number is gas. We already mentioned it, the national average fell below $4 per gallon for the first time since March. And this is important because gas is not just another price, it's price that everyone sees. You see it driving to work, you see it taking your kids somewhere, you see it every time you pass in a gas station. So when the gas goes up, we instantly start feeling that we're getting full, right? And when the gas finally starts coming down, we feel that and we are becoming a bit more rich. I mean, the gas peaked around 4.56 during the war, and now it's slightly below $4. And that move, obviously, if it holds, it's worth tens of billions of dollars savings for consumers. And that money is money that can go back to restaurants, to travel, retail, discretionary spending. I mean, you can figure out what you do with that money, right? So lower gas, it's not just an inflation story, it's also a consumer story. And today in history fits perfectly. On June 22nd, 1969, the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland caught fire. The river was so polluted with oil and industrial waste that it literally burned. And it was not even the first time. The river had caught fire many times before, but the 1969 fire became a symbol. People saw it and agreed that the system is broken, and because of that, it helped pushing some environmental movements, the EPA and the Clean Water Act. So the lesson is simple. Sometimes the system has to visibly break before people decide to fix it. And that connects today in a way. The US just used a huge amount of its emergency oil reserve to get through this energy war. And now the question is, does this become a wake-up call for energy security, or does everyone forget about it as soon as the prices drop down? Because that's usually how market works. When the crisis is there, everybody sees it, everybody cares, everybody thinks about it. When the price goes down, everybody moves on as if it never happened. But the real lesson is not just gas that is cheaper today. It's to come to a decision that prevents this from happening in the future. So that's it for today, guys. Leaving you now with Peter and Carlos for the rest of the show, and I will be back at 11 a.m. Eastern. See you.
All right, thank you, Amy. We'll catch you a little bit later. All right, friends, we are all set here. So my list right now: SpaceX, Intel, NVIDIA, AMD. I got Microsoft, TTWO. We didn't talk about Tesla. Let's see what's going on there with Tesla. Pretty quiet right now, only down 1%, 695,000. I'll throw Tesla on the secondary, right? It is Tesla. We'll be watching it. You know who was gapping down? Google was gapping down earlier. We talk about that one. Google was on the gap down list, and they got good volume to the gap down. They're down down 2%, 2.2, 1.1 million shares traded. So they're taking a little bit of a hit this morning, but the volume is nice on it. So maybe another one that we can keep an eye on. So I'm going to put that on the secondary as well. Again, just a lot on here because I'll be just monitoring, seeing where the volume in action is going to come out of today. I don't see anything that sticks out that looks great to me this morning. You guys are mentioning SMCI. Let's take a look. SMCI. Yeah, you know what? SMCI is one that I'm probably going to move up. It's been trading very well. I had a couple of days last week where it actually did pretty nice. And I think I will add this to my list also here. So next to AMD, we will place SMCI. So there it is, SMCI on the secondary list, on the primary list there as well. Oh, too many letters on that one. SMC, just I. There it is. All right, friends. That is all we have. Trying to see what else we need. I think we are good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and let's look at what's happening in our community. How can you guys join the community if you're interested? And then we'll head over to making some levels and preparing for our market open. So head over, guys, to bearwithtraders.com. You can click on webinars at the top right over here. And you can scroll down and see what is up. Oh, that's the wrong website. That's our live stream right here. Scroll down and see what is scheduled for today. Today is Monday. Peter's going to run you through what's happening this beautiful day.
I'm on mute. Okay, it is a Monday. And that means that we get to welcome all our new members, everybody that joined, especially here with this long weekend. We probably have a lot of people that have decided to join the Bear Bull Trading chat room and join the family, and we welcome you. And we have a couple sessions that should help you get oriented, because Monday's stuff is always available to everyone, all membership classes. So we'll start with Kyle at noon, who does the DOS Trader Pro setup. It's a great way to understand how to use DOS, get the most out of that tool. It's a great it's a great platform. I use it actively myself. And it's something that most professional traders want a similar type of environment. So check it out with Kyle at noon, again in the webinar room. Sorry, actually, it's in the onboarding room for all of our members. And then tonight, Carlos takes over with the new member onboarding. It gives you an idea of what you can get out of the Bear Bull Trading community, how to maximize everything that you're invested in, and how you can take advantage of the Bear Bull Trading environment and all of our webinars and events. And geez, I mean, the library of webinars, I mean, it's amazing. So whatever you plan to do as a trader, you want to be there for Carlos's session tonight at 8 p.m. So those are the two that we've got: 8 o'clock tonight and noon today. So if you want to join and become a Bear Bull Trading community member, then we encourage you to do so. The chat room is open all day, every hour that we trade. Obviously, we have that library of webinars that I just mentioned. Of course, all the live webinars that we have every week. So all of that is available to you as a member. Go to bearbulltraders.com. You can see the different membership options. Pick the one that is right for you. So all right, there you go, Carlos. That's what we got. We can we're doing pretty good on time today, aren't we?
We are.
It's not exactly.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot to go over this morning as we kick off the week. So we're doing very good on time. Well, let's get to some levels. I mean, it's kind of early. Peter, you have anything happen over the weekend that you want to share? Any rants?
Any rants? No, I don't. I had a good weekend.
It was a quiet weekend. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I spent, like, yesterday for Father's Day, I spent like all morning. I was, out there on the courts playing pickleball. So, I enjoy that. It was a lot of fun. Actually, interesting, on Saturday, I went for a bike ride, as I normally do with my group of friends. We biked out to like a nearby town, right? And ended up going out, whatever we did in distance. But we went to a place called the Dark and Deadly Cafe. And what was interesting about the Dark and Deadly Cafe was that it was like it was basically Halloween themed, but all year round. Like they had all of the Halloween decorations and everything. So I'm like, I wonder who created this cafe in this little town. Is it a goth person who just said, this is what I like, let's see if other people agree with me? Is it or somebody just said, hey, we were joking because the cafe was like in this strip mall type thing, and it basically had no windows in the store. And I wonder if they found the location and said, well, it's really dark in here, so let's just embrace the darkness. We're going to paint the walls black, and we're going to make it this Dark and Deadly Cafe. We don't know, but Anyways, so here's the, but what was best for me, Carlos, you know what? Hold on a sec. Let's see if I can, I don't know if I can send this. The picture might not show up, and because it might not do it justice, because it's one of these where, I found it super hilarious, but now I gotta get it in the right platform here. But others may not agree with me necessarily, so let me just send it to myself. Carlos, we'll see if we can call this up on our screen. Whoops. Here, because sometimes you see something that really tickles your dad jokeness, and this is one for me. So look, they made here's what they were selling in this Dark and Deadly Cafe: square butter tarts. I don't know if you've got my screen that you can share. Oh, maybe. There you go. Okay, square butter tarts made by a company called Pi R Squared. I mean, come on, man. The punniness in that's like dad joke gold right there. Pi R Squared, and they make their products square instead of round. Come on, man, you gotta love that. Anyways, that's man. I really enjoyed that. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. I had a quiet weekend, but I like to make things spicy. You know me. I love.
Oh, what'd you do?
It's very nice. I didn't do anything, but I got this. I got this hat, Peter. I love this hat, by the way. I love this hat. And you got to see people's reaction when I put this on, especially when I'm in New York. It's very spicy. They immediately, you could tell they want to get in front to see what's happening. Who is this wearing this hat and why? Especially in New York. Not so much in Jersey. But I wore this hat, and I'm taking my headphones off. I might piss some people off. It's okay. You might get offended. You might not agree with it. I don't care. It is what it is. But this hat here, okay? Mm-hmm. This hat from the back looks like another hat. But when I put it on, sorry if you're offended, but I am the number one dad. If you're offended, that's up to you. That's not my problem. But when I wear this hat, people think it's something else, and they come running. Like, not running, but you could tell they really want to see what's going on in the front. And when they look, I just look at them like, what did you think? Well, like, I love it. You got to see the reaction. It's amazing. So if you have one of these, you got to wear it, and you got to see how people react. I truly love it. But yeah, other than that, great weekend, quiet, tired, a lot of fun activities. The family had a great time, and hopefully you guys did as well. So we're hoping for a great weekend here as we guys get started. Our gappers list getting busier and busier towards the bottom. I see Rigetti coming up here. You guys love it. Number one dad. Oh yeah, I'm the number one dad. No question. I mean, Peter could disagree, and he should. He should disagree. Right?
I don't think. But I'm hoping my kids should be the ones that are disagreeing. But anyway. But in any event,
and yeah, so love it. Great hat. Oh, it's amazing. I love it. All right, guys. What else, Peter? I think we're set to go, man. We got our list. I mean, we're ahead of schedule. Let's do levels. So I feel like we're so early. Something else we got to go over? I feel like we're so early today. But it is what it is. Let's do levels. Let's get ready, and then we'll find what else we can share with you guys. If you guys have any questions, now is the time, because one of the rare days that we're actually ahead of schedule. So if you guys have any questions, me and Peter can get into those. But let me do some levels. We'll get ready to rock and roll, and then we'll be set for the bell this morning. All right, quick look at our gappers list right now. We'll start with SpaceX, SPC. I'm sorry, our watch list. We'll start with SpaceX, which is very easy to do levels on. The last two trading days are on here. And the next one is going to be high of the pre-market that we're going to put in here, and the low of the pre-market. And once you do that, I think you're pretty much set on SpaceX. You don't have that much information. 182 is the high. The low is 174.13. And then once you look at the daily, you're pretty much set. Highs and lows for the last two trading days. Doing a great job there. And we'll see what it does today. Today's down 4%. So on SpaceX, is this the turn? Is this the turn that comes back down into what we have seen other IPOs do, right? They don't last. They're down for the first year. Is it going to join the list of major tickers that have had this fate, right? Or is it going to hold? So everybody will be watching for this, and we'll see how SpaceX plays out. So we got SpaceX here. Next one's going to be Intel. Intel, which again, I want to trade this ticker. I really do. Let's hope it treats us well. Volume is there today, guys. 5.3 million shares traded. And so 5.3 million shares traded. High of the pre-market 140.60, which is your all-time high. So, right, all-time high as well on 140.60. And the low of the pre-market 136.80 is the low of the pre-market there. Below that, guys, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. Towards the bottom, got you covered. Towards the top, you don't have anything else above that all-time highs there on Intel. Here's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is next, and NVIDIA right now, we're just turning into the green. The daily just slamming into that previous day close, trying to get above that. Towards the bottom, look how many levels we have. I'm not going to add anything else. We just got way too many. Just with the last 2 trading days, you're pretty much covering a lot of ground. And even the low of the pre-market is pretty much the highs from 2 days ago, like right over here. So that's covering the low of the pre-market there. You don't have to worry about that. High of the pre-market is just above the previous day close. I'm going to mark it down to 211.06. And then towards the top here, we're going to mark 212.75. And once you do that, you're pretty good here on NVIDIA. All right, let's see what else, friends, we have. The next one is AMD. AMD, I think, looks really good, especially on the daily. Trying to get higher here. 1.3 this morning. High of the pre-market 545.10. The low of the pre-market is at 534.96. So much lower there. And if you look at the daily, surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. They're trying to get back to their all-time highs, which is slamming at around 558.41. That's a ballpark. It could be higher. But 558.41 is what I have here on the charts, and trying to see if we can get back up there again. So AMD looks good. I have them on my list this morning. And another one that looks great, especially pre-market. Look, they just start to rock here. SMCI. So something's turning on, clicking on for these guys. Volume is coming in, and look at them go right there, breaking out of this 32.42. They were struggling in the pre-market here, which I'm going to mark that down, 32.42. And managed the way to get above that now, and look at them go there. So the next level, or before we mark the pre-market high, the next level on the daily I see is 33.77. So let's see what it does if it's able to get above that. If it continues, another great level at 35.49. Now towards the bottom, if you look at it, your pre-market low pretty much where the previous day close is, the high from Friday, the last trading day, and then you got the highs and lows here as well for the last 2 trading days. So pretty much set here. Let's see where this pre-market high goes. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's see if it can actually get to 33.72. It's on its way up there, trying to see if it can get that level. So there it is. That is my list today, guys. Very heavy on tech and especially semis. I think that's the stuff that looks great and is in play today. And I got some other ones on the secondary list are there just in case. Peter, as far as the team, what are they watching this morning? Maybe we can get some ideas from there too.
Yeah, they're starting to get their list in. Not many, though, yet. We know that Andrews actually got stuck in Chicago. So something happened to his flight. I don't know why he was in Chicago, but apparently he said he's stuck in Chicago. And he didn't bring his laptop with him this weekend. So he's not going to be able to live trade with us in the chat room this morning. But Brian is there. He's ready to go. Mike has already said that he's going to be watching SpaceX. He's going to be watching Intel. And of course, he's going to be watching the futures contract, the MES U6. Kyle is going to be watching SMCI, AMD, and of course the scanners. For myself, I've already mentioned I'm going to be watching NVIDIA. I'm going to be watching AMD. I'm going to be watching SpaceX. Other than that, I'll keep an eye on Apple just to see if it does anything interesting. I don't really have any good targets for some open trades today. I think that I usually like to trade my Rising Devil, Fallen Angel for anything that's moving and that I think has a good catalyst. I'm not seeing that this morning. So I think I'm going to take it easy. That means that my open trade strategies are, invalidated unless I find something in the next, next 10 minutes or so. And I'm just going to be waiting for the moves that happen a little bit later, Carlos. I'll be joining you maybe in some VWAP breaks, break up, break down, depending which way this market decides to go. So that's what we got so far. Whatever you're watching, right? Make sure that you're being smart about it. Don't force anything. We are the first day after a long weekend, and keep in mind when you have a long weekend, right, the rest of the world, the markets were moving, which means that the U.S. market sometimes has to do a little bit of a catch up, right? So they got to catch up to whatever movement would have happened on Friday out there. And just because we're gapping up marginally here in the early, in the pre-market, doesn't mean that's the direction this market is going to go. So I'm just going to wait and see. I mean, it could, it might not. We'll find out together. So that's what we got, Carlos.
We sure will. All right, friends, we're ready. About 14 minutes and a few seconds here to the market open, and we'll be ready to rock and roll. We'll see how where the action is, where the volume is. I got my stocks ready, and ready to start the day here. So, and my plan, usual 5-minute RB. Then we'll be looking for a VI breakout. But man, I am not going to be aggressive today. I'll tell you that much. I'm looking for a quality setup. I'm going to take my time, because I could tell the energy and just the overall tiredness is there. Well, so you want to be careful. And like you said with yourself, right? I mean, you know that you're tired this morning. You needed that coffee to get going. Sometimes, when you're not 100% on your own game, you don't want to force anything, because that's when you usually you don't make as good of a decision. So. Agreed, 100%. Yeah. Questions, friends. I saw someone said they wanted a question on Market Atlas. Yeah, shoot it. Shoot the question over. We'll answer you. What else do we have? Let's see here. And also hit that thumbs up, guys. Which I haven't done so myself. I'm gonna go do it.
No, we didn't look at Robin Hood. What is Hood doing this morning? Anything?
Let's take a look at Hood.
I'm just looking at Alex's list, who posted here and said that Alex is going to be watching Hood. Yeah, it doesn't look all that active today. 777,000. Yeah, it's gapping down a little less than 1%. It's there, but it's just there. Put that over here. Why not?
There it is. Thumbs up. 154 likes. Man, even our thumbs up are tired. It's almost 9:30. We only got 154 thumbs up likes. Even the likes are like, not today. We're tired. Oh man,
I'm tired, man.
Oh. All right.
All right.
Well,
So
it looks like that funded account might not be going out today, if that side goes. All right, we'll see. We'll see if we can change it around, guys. Let's see. Let's change it around, and get going. If not, another opportunity tomorrow. NVIDIA's moving higher. SMCI had a nice pop, giving some of that back, but created a new high there, 33.50, pulling back now. And NVIDIA trying to push above that. Intel also getting higher here. Intel looks very interesting. I gotta say, Intel's probably one of the better looking stocks this morning. Pre-market wise, right?
Since we have a minute here, Carlos, interesting question. Sativa Lavo, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but anyways, says, hey, sorry, I'm new to this, but how do you know when you're ready to enter the trade? Well, he says, how do you know when you're ready to enter the trade? What are you looking for? Okay, so look, we have specific designed strategies that we've basically been watching the market for a long time and have developed a perspective as to what we are looking for. Every person tends to develop slightly different criteria. And basically, you have to have a set of criteria that says when these things happen, that gives me enough confidence that the trade is likely to go in my direction. So an example would be I look for what I like to call my rising devil trade. So just for example, let's take a look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is gapping up here in the pre-market. Now, what I would be looking for in that strategy would be if NVIDIA had a big catalyst today, I might say, hey, it looks like a day where there's positive news and NVIDIA is likely to go higher. That is not the case for NVIDIA today, but I'm just using it as an example because otherwise the chart looks good. Then what I would say, okay, so if I believe that the stock is likely to go higher at the open because of this positive news, my strategy would say that I'd be looking for a pullback initially. So I want a couple people to sort of sell some stocks. I want them to sort of bring the price down. I use the VWAP line, which right now is $210.24, which is about $1, let's say, below the active price. I'd want the stock price to drop down to that level, about $1. Then as soon as I see the stock price start to move higher again, right, we get a little more buying. I'd be looking for it to. I'd jump in long and try and get a winning long trade. So I've got a number of criteria in there, right? I need a catalyst. I need the stock to be above the VWAP and moving higher into the open. I need a pullback. Once the pullback happens, I need to see some buying strength. So you can see I've got a lot of stuff going on, right? There's not only a chart pattern, but I'm watching the price action. I'm watching the time and sales. We're watching Atlas, which is a tool we use from Trading Terminal that shows me where the volume sits. And, it doesn't, there's no guarantee, but it gives me an idea of where the volume would sit. So there's a bunch of stuff that I'm assessing that would give me the signals. If all of that lines up, enter the trade. Again, there's another criteria. I have to assume that I can enter at a price that gives me a good risk to reward. So I would put my stop below the VWAP. I'd have to look at it and say, do I reasonably think I can get 2 to 3 times my risk before it hits any significant level? If so, then you enter the trade. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Over time, of course, you get better at doing that assessment and doing some of the stuff early, so you're not trying to figure it all out the second that opening bell rings at 9:30. But that might give you an idea. That's overall sort of what a strategy looks like. But they all look different. We could describe Carlos's sort of VWAP breakout strategy. It's different. An opening range break strategy looks different. We've got 5-minute opening range break, ORBs, as you might hear us call them. There's all sorts of different strategies. Different people see the market differently, which is why there's so many strategies out there. We don't try and dictate one strategy. We just say whatever you feel comfortable, facing the market with. That's the type of strategy you should use. And sometimes it's just trial and error. If you're brand new, just watch. Just watch and see what happens. Yep. Listen to what Carlos and I are talking about. You'll hear our strategies, but it doesn't mean it's the way you might eventually want to trade. One of the advantages of being part of the chat room is you get exposed to even more strategies, right? Because you'll have Brian and Andrew normally in a regular day, and they've got different strategies themselves, and you get all of those members. So yeah. In a nutshell, trying to encapsulate trading for you, but it's a good question. So, and don't be shy about asking those questions, right? You got to start somewhere. We've all been there. So, and we want everybody to have an opportunity to succeed in their trading.
Yep, 100%. 100%. What else, friends? The Mr. Doo-doo is only watching BFLY today. My opinion on it, I don't know. I mean, clearly in play on Friday, right? Had a nice pop up on Friday down today, giving some back. Butterfly Network, but doesn't meet my criteria. Some of my criteria right now are not being met by lower price stock. What's the float on it, by the way? On the BFLY. So, not sure. Second day play, but depending on what your strategy is, there might be an opportunity here. We do have shares for short, looks like 2.4, so we got tons of shares for short, so you can easily play both ways.
I see 200 million shares in the float, so it's not.
Oh, okay. That's not a low float. Yeah.
No, but it might trade like one. I mean, this is not a huge company. They have 100 million in sales, so the Butterfly Network. Interesting.
Well, like a film network? Like, what do they do? Butterfly
No, it's
network.
a medical device company.
Oh, Butterfly. That makes sense. Very nice name. Okay.
I don't know what they've got here. They got a bunch of medical tools, basically, that they build.
I'm assuming they're getting the butterfly from the little butterfly things they put when they throw blood, I think, right? They used to do. Probably that's where they're getting this from.
I don't know.
The butterfly needle. So. There it is.
Medical imaging devices. They are trying to... Yeah, don't know where the name comes from. Anyways.
The glorious beards. Thank you. Yes. It's funny. We're in dinner on Saturday night. So we went out to dinner Saturday night. Just the couples, right? We the kids got the babysitter, and man, that whiskey, Peter, was going down so smooth. My goodness, I have never, like sometimes whiskey has his, no matter what whiskey it is, right? I have had Woodford Reserve many times, but there are days, man, where it's just going down like water.
Yep.
Right? Does that happen to you? Like it's the same bottle, and there's some days it's just like, man, it's just flowing, baby. That was Saturday night, and I'm still recovering.
Man.
Oh. But it's
when you're in the right mood.
Oh
Yeah.
man,
Sometimes it's just like you're like, wow, why is it so good today?
it's so good today. It was really good, and
Yeah.
we just
It
and we
happens.
knew, and it was three of us, three couples, and the guys knew like this is going down very smooth. The bill's gonna be out of control, and it was. It was. We had like 12 double shots
Yeah.
of whatever, and
That's
and the bill was just ridiculous. I think it was more than the
yeah.
food
Oh
at that
yeah,
point.
and that's the problem, right? Because you realize,
Yeah.
like, I just paid for like 8 bottles
Oh,
of whiskey,
easily.
right? Like,
Yes.
it's one of those where if you'd gone to buy it in the store, you could have drank it at home for like a
Yeah.
fraction of the
Yeah.
cost. But
Yeah.
that's what always drives me nuts. When I know that I'm drinking and let's call it an $80 bottle of whiskey, but they're charging me $20 for like an ounce. I'm like, well, wait a second.
Yeah, it's
You're
and we
paying a
knew
massive
it
premium.
when we had the
But,
first one. We are like, this is gonna be bad, and it was. We had, but it's so worth it. The environment, it was just awesome.
Yeah,
But
sometimes
we knew the first one went down. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be one of those nights, folks. Get your affairs in order. We are about to go in, and we did. We had a great time. Great time.
Well,
but-
here's maybe the key question then. Did your wives have a great time, or did the guys have
They-
a great time and the wives had to
they-
put up with you and drag your ass home?
They had a great time too.
Okay.
too, so it wasn't
All right,
too
that's
bad.
good.
And yeah, they enjoyed themselves. So it was good. It was good. It was,
Now, were
when
they sharing? Were they drinking the whiskey with you, or was it like
No. My
No,
wife is not a
okay.
whiskey. She'll have a sip, but they had their own little, fancy cocktail, whatever, concussion
Oh.
drink there. So yeah, but they had a great time. So
All right.
very good, very good.
Don't,
yeah.
don't knock those things, man. There can be more alcohol in those little fancy cocktails, right? Because they mask
Oh,
it
it could
with
be
all the
worse
sugar.
than. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's the
you
thing
think-
about. That's why I like not mixing and having a straight drink. The next morning, I was a little hungover, but nothing like that happened when you start drinking these, other sugary drinks. The hangover is very different. It's horrible
Yeah.
on those sugary drinks. So, oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a skit I've probably mentioned in the past, a good one. I think it was Kids in the Hall. It was a Canadian sort of comedy show that was on for a while, and they did the girl drink drunk. And this guy basically, somebody says, "Oh, I don't drink. I don't ever drink." And they're like, try one of these girl drinks. You'll be fine." And of course, he gets this big cocktail, and then gets addicted to these things. And he starts like he brings a blender to work, and he's in the closet with a blender. And then out of his shirt pocket, he takes like a little umbrella and puts it in. And he's like, and he's drinking this thing in the closet, all like, Anyways, it's very funny because like those things are dangerous because you think you're just drinking a sugary drink, but you're hiding tequila or vodka or whatever the heck's in there, and it's I love the sweet drinks, but they can really sneak up on you.
The drink of my club drink back in the days, man, was and I can't believe I did this, but I did this a lot, and it was actually really good. It was Red Bull and rum, and it's just that was my thing. Red Bull with some alcohol. I mean, it was just I don't know what we were thinking, but it was great because it kept you up and it kept you buzzed, so it was awesome. But I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, that's kind of wild.
Yeah. A couple things are moving here heading into the open. We're just over a minute away from the opening bell. CoreWeave just popped up. I'm not sure why, and so did Hood actually, but the volume was like short-lived on Hood. Meanwhile, PLTR actually dropped down, so there are a couple things on my list. So we'll see where we go here with that. My 1
See
minute
what the
bell just
action
went off.
is. Yeah, I'm adding PLTR to my secondary because that does look interesting there. So PLTR is going in the secondary, guys. I have TTWO on the secondary, but I don't think it's really going to trade well. So I'm not really going to. I might take it off, actually. Replace with PLTR. That's what I'm doing. And I think that's a better.
Any news. I don't see any news on PLTR, so
Yeah. Let's
but
see if
it doesn't
anything
always
comes out of
need
that.
the news.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye here, scanning the different stocks that we're watching just to see what's moving. Again, the opening bell, things can change dramatically, right? Like whatever direction they're going now is not necessarily what's going to happen in 15 seconds when this bell rings. So, and by the way, if you're watching us and it's the first time, welcome. Hit the thumbs up and like. We appreciate that. Don't forget, sometimes YouTube goes off of live. So if you're not, make sure you keep hitting the live button. Here we go. The opening bell just rings. We are off to the races here this morning.
All right. Let's
Your
see
opening
where the-
bell's a couple seconds late, Carlos.
That's my fault. I was looking at something else and didn't hit the button. That was
Okay.
my fault.
All right.
All right, let's see. See what the action is, friends.
Yeah, Tesla here. Tesla's I don't know, it dropped pre-market, it pulled back up to the VWAP. Oh, by the way, Atlas. Gotta get Atlas going here. Let's see.
Yep,
The orders.
got my Atlas here.
The orders here on oh, wow. Orders are higher on Tesla. Okay. So don't try and short that. Ooh, look at the market. The SPY and the Q is popping higher, so that's taking everything up with them.
Yep.
All right, we got Gary and Brian live in the Bearable Trading chat room. Trading this morning.
All right, let's see.
I don't have any targets, guys. No trades yet, but I mean, we're only a minute and a half in, so not a surprise. I told you I didn't really have any setups going into the open that I was expecting to yield some big results. So we'll see what we've got. SpaceX dropping a little bit.
INTC is dropping here.
SpaceX.
Intel. I missed the 1 minute golfing was here. I just I didn't miss it, but I just didn't want to go in above the VWAP, unfortunately. So I didn't join it, but that could have been a trade. And we got at least partial at 138. It would have been a dollar move already. So right there would have been a partial. Crap.
What the heck? Oh wow.
What you got, Peter? What did you do?
No, I was watching SpaceX,
Mm-hmm.
and I was thinking, SpaceX might be good for a short stop over 176.60. And then it started to drop right down to 175, and it just popped right back up to the 176.60. So at least I know that my level was identified well, but I didn't like how quickly it popped. Look at those candles, right? Like they're in this range, right? Right.
Yep.
That's not good when it's popping up and down. I don't want to see that type of bouncing between these levels.
Yeah.
I still think it's a short, but I'm now nervous about trying it because it's like it's got some odd support. All right.
Man, it does look good. How does the
Okay, so it made it through once. The Atlas does look short bias down to 170.
Yeah.
And it did break 175 this time, so yeah, so I think I missed that entry in the move, which is too bad, but I got nervous on that price action.
Yeah.
So okay. So missed opportunity there. SpaceX was actually a good short. We had the risk level identified. It would have given us at least a partial by now with a very quick $1.50 drop. So that's too bad for me.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Let's see what Intel's doing. Thinking about Intel, 5 minute ORB breakdown though. Intel, man, it gets me every time. But let's see. It's below the VWAP here. If it can stay below the VWAP, it can be weak. Level 2 is pretty balanced out. I don't see anything really defined for up or down. So let's see. Or maybe VWAP break up. 5 minutes still coming up here. If it stays above the VWAP, it's going to put a nasty 5 minute candle, right? It's going to put this like very small 5 minute candle, and that's not ideal. Yeah, look at that. It's not good. Then here it can go either way. It can be a long or short. Like you really have it's no real good setup right now. There it is. So we're in the new 5 minute candle 18 seconds ago. Let's see what it wants to do. So Yeah, I don't like the setup. I don't like the setup. It's above the VF, so long will be better, but not liking that. NVIDIA, nice pop. Good 5-minute candle. Nice 5-minute ORB. Let's see if it if it can pull back. I don't like chasing it up here. Don't like doing that, but if it can pull back and head back up, that could be a great entry. Get more of a confirmation that we actually do want to continue here and not come back. So NVIDIA could be a setup. NVIDIA on level 2, 214. We got some motors up there. Where else? That's just 214.
SMCI is moving higher at the open. I know a couple of people said they were watching that.
It had a great pre-market action, SMCI. Intel messed up the 5-minute RB. SpaceX showing some weakness. Is the fun done on SpaceX, huh, guys? What's the thought process here? Tesla. Nothing for me yet, guys. Nothing for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, haven't taken a trade yet this morning either. Carlos, maybe what you need some more whiskey.
More whiskey. Where's the coffee? Coffee. Not much left there. That's it. The last sip. It's gone. Yeah, no, I don't want whiskey for some time. For some time. It's gonna, oh.
Yeah, that could be the downside of that sometimes, right? You had a great night, but then
Great night,
the next time
but-
you see whiskey for the next little while, you're like, oh man, no way.
Yeah. And it wasn't a bad hangover. It's just the tiredness. Like I could definitely feel you're not yourself. So, Intel guys doing some stuff here. NVIDIA hanging out. Does it have more continuation there? It could be a nice 5-minute ORB. It is holding and consolidating here. You know what? I'm gonna no. I'm not gonna try that. I'm not gonna try that.
Some people are reporting having issues getting filled on their platforms. I don't know if the market is having an issue. I don't
know last week
haven't-
that was a problem.
Yeah. I haven't taken any trades.
Not getting filled, but the problem was the triangles were showing up in weird places. They were getting filled, but just the triangle was very weird.
Right.
But I haven't taken a trade yet, so we'll know. What brokers are you guys using, by the way? That'll be the question, right? Because it could be different with the broker too. Me and Peter were interactive brokers, so what brokers are you guys having the problem with? I'm a Dash trader. Yeah, but even Dash will have will be
Got a
tied to a
behind
broker.
it, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah. So
that's who does the fill. Schwab. Ooh, see Schwab. Schwab is they're good. But yeah, Schwab is known. Well, no, let me not say that. Let's be accurate. I have Thinkorswim, which now is Schwab, and when I had Thinkorswim with TD Ameritrade, they were known for not getting great fills and not fill right away. I had issues with them. That's why I haven't switched to them, because they got free commissions. I haven't switched to them because our interactive broker is just so good with the fills. We never have issues. But Schwab, you got free commissions. Hey, sometimes free stuff comes with a little hiccup. It's okay.
Yeah, that's right. It's free for a reason.
Free for a reason. There you go. In some cases, that little hiccup might be worth the free commission, especially if you're trading a lot. If you're a heavy trader, you're constantly trading. Free, overall might still be a good benefit for you. Okay, no problems for IB. Yeah, IB is pretty good. I'm just looking at NVIDIA and Intel, guys. Both of these are like calling my attention for a possible breakout. Intel now is failing that possible breakout, but NVIDIA is still right there. And it's interesting the way it's setting up here. But also, I do notice they have not been able to make a new high the last couple of minutes, so that's not good. But potential 5-minute ORB. And if you look at NVIDIA and Market Atlas, you do have 214, 215s, it's a bunch of orders up there. And it's not much to the bottom.
Carlos.
Talk to
Carlos.
me. SpaceX?
Damn it. Oh, yeah.
Which
we
one?
called it. Look at this. SpaceX. Yeah. Look at that. We called the move. Just missed the entry. So this is a good example of where, look, we called it, right? Like I explained to you guys the setup. I told you what I was looking for. I didn't like the price action the way it was bouncing right at the beginning, but but had the overall analysis correct, and that at least I can take some comfort in. While I don't have the trade and I didn't get it, at least I can say, look, my overall assessment of the stock was good. I just didn't like the entry conditions. So I made a decision, and now I have to live with it. You're asking El Patron, does Intel qualify for your Mountain Pass? No, it's too early for a Mountain Pass.
It's too early.
Yeah, Mountain Pass, I wouldn't even start looking at one until at least 10 o'clock. So that's an easy answer for me. So.
I think NVIDIA I think wants to go higher, man. I think just everything selling off doesn't help, but I think NVIDIA's got a lot of demand to the upside. That 214, that 215. If it can hang here, I think it could be a great 5-minute ORB breakout, but I am not sure on it, at least not right now. AMD sideways at the moment, putting in some red candles, another one now, especially on the 5-minute, 3 red candles back to back, losing some ground now, and hasn't done much all morning. And this is why I think NVIDIA has not gone higher, because the SPY is putting that pressure, baby, that pressure downwards. It's not helping NVIDIA here, but look, it's holding. It's holding the line. Holding the line. What else, friends? Hood. Go ahead, Peter.
Oh, I was just going to say, while I'm not in the trade, I'm watching SpaceX, and I do tend to write down the trades that I miss so I can assess my decision model, later as part of my journaling process, and it helps me get familiar with how SpaceX moves and what its price action looks like. So I'm watching it pretty actively right now, despite the fact that I haven't taken a trade, because I'd like to get to know its profile, because I do think it's going to give us some good trading opportunity over the next little while.
Yeah, agreed. All right, there it is. NVIDIA breaking down below the VWAP now. Again, just the SPY, the market having its way on things right now. And that's going to make SpaceX go even lower, hopefully. So if you did take the trade on SpaceX, you are up right now $3, $4 on this move. So good for you. Intel broke through the VWAP and just kept going. NVIDIA right at the VWAP. AMD, SMCI is strong, going higher, even with the market struggling here.
My brain still can't handle the moves on Micron. Micron is down right now. And this, again, look at this spread. It's going between 30 cents and $1.30. So it's right now more around the 50, 60 cent, but every once in a while it'll flash higher, and that just, I can't handle that. But anyways, it's dropping right now. And Hood and SMCI are both going up generally, which is sort of against the market trend, I would say. PLTR also, look at that big push on PLTR.
Yep.
Yeah.
Google might break this low here.
Actually, there's a few things. Look at Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla also pushing higher. So we got a very different, very mixed view here on these markets about where things are going.
Oh, good. Oh my goodness. I went
you-
too heavy. I put an order in that did not get filled on Google, and I'm glad I did because I hit the wrong hotkey.
Oh my goodness.
I went too much. It's like 250 shares.
Okay.
Like, wait a minute, I don't want to risk that much on this account. No
Oh.
way. No. So I
Yeah.
canceled it. I'm glad it didn't get filled.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to go that much. But I think it's a breakdown. Let me see if I can get another entry. I think there is a breakdown happening here on Google. 5-minute ORB is what I'm looking at. So we're looking right in here. Let's see, pull back. I would have had a good entry. I don't want to risk that much. All right, come on, let's see. I don't want to chase it, but I think it's going to break down here. Okay, maybe I'm glad I'm not in it. Maybe I'm glad I did not get filled. That was good. Let's see what it does. Oh, I don't love it. Long Tesla 5-minute RB. Let me see what you did, man. I'm struggling today. 5-minute RB. Yes, it's a great 5-minute RB. Look at that. Look at this here, right? This is your 5-minute RB range. You had a nice pullback. Unfortunately, I didn't have Tesla on my main list, but Tesla was a good one. The only challenge would have been, like for me, would have been getting in here, going again, because this is your entry right around here, right? 397.48. So 397.48. So it's going up against the previous day close, right? That would have been the only challenge, but it went right through it. And it's doing very well, man. So good job if you're still in it. But that is a great setup because you're getting in somewhere in this right in here, 398, 397.50, right in this area is where you're going to get in. And then you just got to make sure you push through that, and it did, right? And the pullback doesn't come back enough to get you out of the trade. So you survived the pullback and you're up at 403 now. So it's a great trade. Great trade if that's the way you took it. Microsoft, green, Google. I almost got short on this one. I'm trying to see if I would have been right. Though I'm not getting the warm and fuzzy on it.
AMD is sort of at the high of the morning, high of the day here.
Why do I use hotkeys instead of hot buttons? You could use I think hot buttons are great. I think hot buttons are really good. You could have them right on there. You could set them up and you just click with the mouse. But the hotkeys, I just have them programmed in this thing here, and I just hit this and it's good to go, right? So for me, this is not easier, but I prefer this because they're both great. They're both easy. It's really what you prefer, to be honest. One is not better than the other. The hotkey stuff really comes down to what you prefer as a trader, right? So hot buttons I think are great. The one thing that can slow you down is manually putting it in, right? So if you're manually putting in 150 shares, 50 shares, then you're putting in the type of order and then you're clicking send, that's manual. That takes a long time. I don't recommend that. But if you prefer that, that's good too. So but the hotkey buttons and the hotkey on thing are good. I have a Stream Deck as well. So Stream Deck is great. All those are great. But again, I think once you get to that point, it's really about preference. What do you prefer to trade with? They're not gonna make you better over something else, right? It's just wow, SpaceX, Peter. This thing is trying to go to 170 on you here.
I know.
Well, on me too,
know.
because I did look at it and I didn't take the trade. So on us, it's a great 5-minute RB too. Like even if we would have missed this entry up here, right? Because Peter, you're looking it up here. But even on the pullback here, this is your 5-minute RB right in this area. And if you look at the 5-minute candle, gray open, and then this, I love this pullback here. You get in on the way down right there, right? And that's what I was trying to get with NVIDIA. But it didn't really do that, right? So you got the pullback, with the market collapsing, though, it's going completely against what we want to do. But NVIDIA had tons of orders to the upside. And that's what I was trying to kind of plan with NVIDIA, that pullback and then that entry here. But the market is having other plans for NVIDIA. So couldn't take it long. But that is what I was trying to do there. And spending all my time looking at NVIDIA and Intel for that possible play. Missed some opportunities elsewhere. AMD going the other way. Intel did drop straight through. No way to get in as a VWAP breakdown, right? Because it went straight through, didn't pull back, so no pullback there. I'm looking at it now. Didn't identify this earlier, but it did do a nice engulfing here in the 5-minute. Again, I didn't see it earlier. But that's always I love that strategy.
Wow.
Right, entries right here and on the break, and that setup is happening right at the VWAP here, so it makes it even better when it's like that, right? Because then you can play it off the VWAP for that engulfing trade. But didn't see it at the time. SMCI is amazing. Another, there's another one. Look at the nice pullback on the 5-minute as well. We had a lot of good 5-minute ORB, guys. So it was a great 5-minute ORB day. So 5-minute range there. Here's the pullback. You get in on the re-entry. And the 1 minute just looks so clean. Look at that pullback, re-entry here, and you're gone. I didn't see that. So great stuff. Oh man, what a morning, Peter. What a morning. Not the way I expected to start the week, but crap. How are you guys doing? You guys get anything good? Couldn't trade today, just watching for Kyle. We'll see Kyle a little bit later on today. Mike will be on a little bit later. He'll be coming on at 10:30. We'll see what Mike's been up to. Mike had a great weekend too. We'll hear all about it when he comes on. Hood. Yeah, another one. Nice breakout as well. I had it on my secondary list, so it would have been hard to spot Hood. Anything on my secondary list would have been hard to spot, but the primary list, SMCI, AMD, NVIDIA didn't do anything. Intel, nothing. SpaceX was the only one on my primary. SpaceX and the SMCI were the only ones on my list that actually traded very good. Everything else, Intel, NVIDIA, and AMD at the start struggled, so nothing there. Caught the Tesla break. AMD is nice. APLD reversal. Let's take a look. APLD reversal. Meaning off the bottom of here. You took the reversal here. I see that, but now I don't know about now though. Now it's just on an uptrend, the way I see it, right? So be careful. So second time you didn't get filled. Hey Mike, you have Interactive Brokers, right?
Beat it through 170.
It's across. I think Mike has Interactive Brokers. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Maybe that's the reason I didn't get filled either, because my order sat there. I'm glad I didn't actually from that one, because it went too heavy. On the size, I hit the wrong hotkey. But yeah, I didn't get filled. That's interesting. SMCI pulling back.
Yeah, Hood is still at the high. I wouldn't count on a reversal yet on it. Micron is at its low of day. SpaceX hit this 170 level, and I don't know how much more it's got in it. It's got a lot of orders actually at 165.
Yeah. This would be a good one for
Um,
reversal. I think there's so much FOMO of people that missed it earlier when it was hanging out at 190 that you might get a good reversal, at least to VWAP. Not saying it's going to reverse back up to 190, but you might have a good opportunity here for a reversal.
Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Mike says, the universe is telling me to enjoy watching the market today. Take the universe advice, my friend. Don't go against such a powerful thing. Could be dangerous. All right, let's see here. Oh man, nothing for me yet, friends. Still looking. How are people in chat doing? Let's take a look. How is the chat? We got Gary and Brian trading this morning. Let's see if did Brian take anything. Can't tell. Twitter is down. Twitter is down. I still see it running. Nope, it's up for me. Still loading. Twitter is good. Hood is down. Nope. It's up. MBIS. MBIS is doing well today, actually. Dum dum dum. Oh, the app. Oh, because I'm going on the website and the website is working. But yeah, the app might be down. Okay. Actually, yeah, I see that. The website is acting a little funky. It's not loading. Uh-oh, they broke X.
Uh-oh.
They broke X. Somebody broke it. Yeah, you're right. None of the feeds are loading. X is broken. They did not pay the data Starlink bill. That's not good. That's strange. And so the Hood app is down too. That's what you guys are saying. Let me see. I got a Robinhood account. I should check how that's doing. Robinhood. Well, the stock doesn't care. The stock is just up and up. Like it doesn't care one bit what's happening there. It is going up 112.05.
Carlos,
Yes.
I feel regret for missing this SpaceX. Other than that, nothing else that I would have entered. Tesla's interestingly putting in a high here. Had a good move higher today. After saying earlier, right, I didn't think it was in play particularly, or at least it had less volume than normal. Definitely put in a good move off the open. So. NVDA not looking great.
Oh, my app is working for me, guys. Somehow. Yeah. It's working. Maybe it's fixed now. But I just logged in on Robinhood. It's good to go. All right. What else? What else? PLTR. Got nothing, guys. Got nothing for you here. PLTR, Microsoft, Google. My trade would still have not worked on Google. So I didn't get filled. And I still would have probably been stopped out. So I'm glad I didn't go in. I was looking for 5-minute RB here, break down. But didn't get filled. And look at this. Still struggling to go lower. Maybe it might do it now, though. Look, it might retest the low now. Maybe now is the time to actually go and see. Let's see if it does it. Nope, it's holding. Buyers are showing up, pushing it higher. Anyone in any trades? Are you guys in any trades? Who's doing what today? There it is, much better. So we're waiting, friends. Hit that thumbs up. 303 likes so far this morning. So thank you. Really appreciate the support. 500 unlocks the funded account giveaway. Funded account giveaway at 300 likes.
500.
Sorry, 500 likes. Yes, 500 likes.
Yeah.
Oh man, today's not the day to be trading. I am off today. I can't even get that right. Today's not the day to be pushing buttons. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, 500 likes. Guess unlocks the funded account today. So, Jesus Bonilla, thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Everyone that's new, thank you for joining. Make sure to subscribe so you can join us when we're live again every day when the market is open. We are live looking for opportunities, and today we had a few opportunities. And me and Peter, we haven't pulled the trigger on anything yet.
No, we haven't.
It's still early. We still got a whole day, but we're being patient here as we wait for setups.
Maybe overly so, but
yeah. Well, the one I pulled the trigger on, I'm glad I didn't, because it really hasn't worked out yet, right? And on this pop here, I probably would have got concerned and got stopped out. I don't know, but let's see. It's trying. And NVIDIA was the other one. Actually, you know what? It's not too bad, because I did have a couple of really close calls I was going to get in on. NVIDIA, I almost took it for a 5-minute RB, but the setup was just not there. The SPY kept selling off. Yes, that's not bad. Actually, those two decisions were so far so good. So I know it might not be me being in a trade, which is kind of how we quantify trading, right, Peter? We quantify trading by being in a trade, but actually making the decision not to jump on this trade that's trading. Like that's
correct.
That's trading. I would have been stopped out. It was a great decision not to jump in, and we're very close. Like our market atlas looked very bullish here. Everything looked great, but man, that market just started selling off. NVIDIA was still not budging. Eventually, the SPY kept selling off even more, and then NVIDIA gave in and said, okay, we're going south, and that would have been a loss there. So that was one, and yeah, we haven't seen anything else after that. So that is what it is. How is Intel in Market Atlas? Let's take a look. INTC, Market Atlas. Let's see. Intel. Let's load it up. Let's get the levels a little bit nicer. Pretty balanced out. I don't see anything major on Intel, up or down. So I know we're right at the VWAP now. Potential VWAP breakout if it continues. So let's see the setup. But if we zoom out a little bit more, it's balanced out, man. It's really balanced out. Like even the closer levels are pretty much gathered. Once you start getting further out, like 137, 142, that's when you start seeing some numbers, but there's nothing heavy to one side. Like it's not leaning one way or the other. A little bit more to the upside, but not by any significant measure, I think. So yeah, it's pretty close. Can go either way. And on something like that, when you have it so balanced out like that, but all your other indicators look good, like the patterns looks good, the volume looks good, maybe you just kind of make this a wash and just trade on the other indicators are maybe showing you that this is a bullish situation, right?
Right.
So that could be a thing. But know that this year is not helping you whether to go up or down. Right now, it's pretty balanced.
Wow, Tesla's really pushing higher right now.
Mm.
Tesla.
Ham, can you and I please guide on how to hold winners longer? For me, it's the partially, man. That's the only way I know how to do it. Is to partial. If you want to hold winners longer, that's what helps me do it. Some people, their strategy is just they're gonna risk 1 hour and they're gonna wait for 4 hours no matter what, right? And that's their whole thing is holding for that 4 hour, right? I don't trade like that. So for me, let's say I was in this trade long here for a VWAP breakout, which actually is not looking all that bad. Intel. Let's say we're long here. Stop loss will be for me. And let's actually do the analysis. 138.25. Right, that will be our stop. And the way I'm able to hold, let's say towards the target is the high of the day, is I'm gonna take a partial at 140. Probably 145, 140.58. So I'm gonna take a partial here, and I'm gonna leave some to see if it keeps going. That's the only way I know how to hold winners longer. Some people they'll just here. This is their stop. They'll set an order, a range order. We stopped out here, or we make this here, and that's it. Sometimes they'll hit their stop first. Sometimes they'll hit their target. Other times they'll just stay in the middle. I heard this before, right? They'll stay in the middle. They won't hit either one. Comes close to the end of the day, and they'll just close it out where it's at. Could be for a little bit of profit, or for a loss, but not at their stop loss, right? So, or break even, right? So, but the only way to hold is to have a plan. You gotta have a plan. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way. Tesla's looking for 420. Is that what Tesla's doing?
It's a little bit of a stretch there, I think.
Elon says anything's possible.
Anything's possible, absolutely.
Yeah.
But might be a little bit of a stretch from the current price.
Man, Tesla, guys, the breakout. It's just you just never know. Like I said, any news on Tesla? I mean, you just never know when these stocks are gonna go insane. Look at this one here. Low of 394 today, heading towards 414. Where has Ben? Ben has a job, right? So they got him working today. Ben Paris. It's not in chat today. Probably got a conference call. He can't be in chat when he has a conference call. Good buddy Ben. Missing in action this morning. NVIDIA trying to push higher here. Intel had a nice setup for a potential VWAP breakout, but it does failed here and goes back towards the
Andrew. Well, Andrew's not missing. We know where Andrew is.
Oh yeah, we know where he is. He's not missing.
He couldn't make it, but we know why. Well, we don't know exactly why. He said he had flight issues, but yeah, he's in Chicago somewhere.
Yeah, we haven't asked the Magic 8 Ball in quite some time. Peter, bring out the Magic 8 Ball.
Magic 8 Ball? You bet.
Yeah,
Magic 8 Ball's always here. It's always here. It's right here.
We got to make it more specific. Oh, he did make it specific. He says, Peter, ask the Magic 8 Ball. 420. Is it going to hit 420 Tesla by the close? Yes, that's specific. By the
close. That's a lot of time, right? That's a lot of day. So sure, okay. Magic 8 Ball. Mike wants to know: will Tesla hit a price of $420 anytime between now and the closing bell at 4 p.m.? And the answer is, as I see it, yes. The Magic 8 Ball.
I like the answer. As I see it, yes. So he must be looking at the stock and
There's-
seeing that it's rallying pretty nice.
There's
So the Magic 8 Ball.
Magic
Let's
8
do
Ball
this
is a
thing.
little bit of a it's not like a super definitive answer. It's sort of, I feel like it's hedging its bet there as it sees it. Yes.
Yeah.
It might decide that it's going to change how it sees it later. But anyways, all right, we'll write this down.
All right. Well, we'll know the score tomorrow because
Right.
Peter is keeping track of the win
Oh,
rate
yeah.
of the Magic 8 Ball. What's the win rate for the Magic 8 Ball right now? And how many Magic 8 Ball questions has the Magic 8 Ball answered?
That's a good question. Let's see. We have the Magic 8 Ball over the years has made 165 predictions, and it's running a 58% accuracy rate.
I like
So,
that. 58. That's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Now we got a
58.
couple of open questions that we can't answer because like somebody asked back in January. Somebody asked, would the SPY be green in 2026?
Oh.
All right, so that was long term. We got to wait till the end of the year to find out the answer to that one. The Magic 8 Ball said without a doubt, by the way, so it was pretty definitive. It was confident on that one. But in any event, so that's that. And we had Gary asked a question that we've got to get back to here. The SPY. On the 12th. What was the 12th?
While you look for that, Paul Prince, yes, Trading Terminal will still show you if you're not eligible for a payout. So it'll tell you on the journal, it'll tell you you're not eligible for a payout if you're not eligible for a payout. So it'll say it. If you don't see those words on your journal, then you are eligible. I think we suggested why they don't put eligible. Just put eligible on there, but I don't know why they don't do that. Maybe there's something wrong. I feel like developers could do anything now. They could do anything. They could do anything. They should just put on there eligible, so there's no question whether you are or not. Just
you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Put a green check and a red check. We like checks. Or an X. Green X. Or a red X. Yeah.
Kicks, you're saying, yeah, you could just use the Magic 8 Ball with that win rate. It's about the same as your trades. Well, it's that's why we like to use it, because it gives us a different perspective. Ooh, SMCI is dropping here. It did.
Yeah, SpaceX might be going for a new low too. SpaceX just got a nice drop here. Trying to go for the low of 168.50. 169.58 is the low on SpaceX. And you mentioned SMCI. SMCI, yeah, coming back towards the VWAP. Lost to 9, lost to 20. Kept going, no stopping it. Let's see what it does here. I see NVIDIA failed again. Stuck in this range. Try to get going. Has not been able to break out of this 5-minute range from this morning. It's just really stuck in there. It comes right up there and right back down. What do we have? How Market Atlas looks on Microsoft. We could check. Let's take a look. Atlas, Microsoft. Oops. And what is Microsoft up to? Yes, another one, man. It's just pretty choppy. Trying to break down here from the VWAP now. And if I look at Atlas, I mean, big picture bearish down to 377. But it's not by much. Like, it's really not by much. You got more orders to the upside, at least from off the price right now. There's more orders to the upside. So again, so you're not really getting a lot off the level 2 here on Microsoft, right? So I wouldn't put a lot of weight on it. If you like what you see, for sure, I'm assuming via breakdown, maybe you can still take the opportunity. But again, follow your plan. If your plan says, hey, this has to look like this before I can take the trade, follow that. But right now, I don't see how you take this short. If anything, looks like it's more pressure, more demand to the upside. Again, just look at this. But right now, this market is dropping. Microsoft is dropping, so it's going lower, below the previous, the VWAP here. So I'm not sure. Not sure. What else? What else you guys got? Hood maybe VWAP bounce. I don't trade VWAP bounces, but I'm sure you probably said it earlier before it dropped below here. But let's see. Right now it's not clearly, broke from that, so it's below the VWAP now. And how does Hood look on Atlas? Let's see. What do we have on Hood as it pulls back? And we look for our first trade of the day, friends. I don't know. Peter, how do you look Hood? Let me see if it matches what I'm thinking. Let me get you. I want to get your perspective before I say mine.
On Hood?
Yeah. How do you look? How do you see Hood on Market Atlas?
Well, let's see. Do I have it here? I don't. Let's call it up. Interesting. There's definitely more orders above the price than there are below. It's obviously which is in conflict with what the stock is actually doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's not very helpful.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly what I thought. I looked at him like, this is not helpful right now. So, and that's not a Market Atlas thing. That's a orders thing, right? That's the way the orders are right now. The way that people are placing the orders, the bids, the ask. It's not helpful right at the moment. And we saw a lot of them like that in NVDA and some other ones. It's just like, what's going on?
I think you have to keep the relative size is problematic too, right? Like even the biggest chain here at 115 is only about 68,000 shares deep, which is okay, but not, it's just there's not a lot of orders anywhere. So it's basically it's not giving us much information. It certainly dropped off the high, didn't it? It moved up, and then it just reversed.
Definitely weak. Yeah, it's definitely weak. And look at it, might go red now if it goes into Superior Stay Close. But yeah, there's not enough orders here. People started summer already. My kids are still in class. Like, what's going on? Summer hours. Summer trading is back. What's happening? I don't know if you're in Florida. You started your summer already. Here in the Northeast, this is the last week, I believe. Carlos, is Market Atlas available on its own as opposed to part of the trading terminal premium bundle? It's not. Not sure in the future that's going to be a thing, but right now it's not. Andrew just likes a very simple one price for everything. And I think the reason is because of data, right? That data from Market Atlas is also used for the simulators and all that stuff. So I think we just get one data and everything is just, there. And that's what you're really paying for. When you pay for Market Atlas, you're paying for that data. That live data you're getting, and then we take that data, we put it in Market Atlas, we put it in a simulator, we distribute it to all the packages, but the data is what you're paying for. Frank, today's boring. Yeah, can we get some rants? I agree, today is boring. You got a rant earlier from well, it's not a rant, it was just an observation on a cafe. But yeah, today is boring, which is okay. Sometimes we have this day. It's not always going to be glorious, As you know, Frank, I'm not saying you don't know that, but, it's not always going to be glorious. Today's not one of them. Today is one of these days where it's just like, man, could have stayed in bed. SpaceX continues. Now, is SpaceX done? Come on, guys. Is that a poll today? We already used April. We got to give April a break. But is that a poll? Are we done here? Is this where we start dropping below the IPO price? Is this the run? Just comment in chat. I'm too tired to do a poll. Comment in chat. Yes or no?
I'm too tired.
I'm tired to do a poll.
Man.
Let's go do that. You know?
Yeah.
Let's just comment in chat. Yes or no. Don't be too tired to hit the like button, though, because I won't be too tired to run a funded account giveaway today. I'm never tired for that. So, hit the like button. 500 gives us the funded account giveaway today for all viewers here. And we'll see if you guys, who wins if we get there. 365 likes so far in the chat and climbing. So, almost there. Colors these and that. Now I need a trade. A trade will wake me up. Will wake me right up. That's what we need, a trade. But there's really nothing, guys. Look at Intel. Look at NVIDIA. Like, what are you gonna take here? Unless you're a range trader, like, how are you gonna trade this? This is nasty. AMD had a nice breakout here. If you were watching that one, very quick, took off and just came back down here. And right now it's just kind of going sideways. What else we have? SMCI was a good one. SMCI was a good trade here. This is one where you could have taken a 5-minute RB, ran pretty nice. The 5-minute chart looks awesome on it as well. So that was a nice one. Oh, Google did break down. Carlos, thank you for telling me about Google short. Yeah, see, you had to wait. It made you wait, but it did. Yeah, it's nice. That is nice. It did give in. It bended the knee.
Bent the knee, yes.
That's it. And look at that, down to just above 350 now. But yeah, hit 350. It's a good job. You took it short, huh? Did you take it short as a 5-minute RB the way we were planning it? Right? Because it was a 5-minute RB. Look at that beautiful 5-minute range right there. And I hit the button with too many shares. I wanted to take half of the shares I threw out there. I was way too many, right? Because my stop is going to be a little bit higher. And that would have been, what, $3? Yeah, I can't take $3 at 250 shares. That's too much. It's way too much, right? So, and there you are. You're hitting 1 or 2 R's easily now. Look at that. That is
Google.
Nice.
Google's down at 350 here. Not a trade I would have taken, nice. But I see what you're looking at.
Yeah. Oh, you traded differently. Okay, I wonder how you traded it. What else we got? The Theon who walks, or the on who walks? I think it's Theon who walks. I don't know. Either way, it sounds good. Sounds interesting. Sounds like a TV series or something.
Maybe.
Or one of those. What is that channel used to have all these shows for ladies? It was like a lot of not soap operas, but it was like, you could tell they were catering to ladies, obviously, with all the drama they had as far as movies. What's that channel?
I don't know.
Lifetime. Chris MC. Lifetime channel. Yes.
Oh, I see.
I get caught sometimes by it. My wife will be watching. I walk by. And like, what's this? Yeah. Next thing you know, I'm sitting there next to her watching the damn thing. It catches me. Not gonna lie. Hallmark. It's another one. Hallmark channel. Yeah. They got those funny Christmas movies, and yeah. Thoughts on support level? I'm currently short. Which stock? Which stock are you short on? Candy Labs. Some of the shows are so cheesy, but they're this way. Like, exactly the storyline, but you still want to watch it. The guy that's poor but eventually becomes rich, and everybody hates him. And like, okay, he's actually rich and finds the love of his life. Blah blah blah. It's the same thing, recycled. Exactly. Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl back. Same thing recycled. That's true, Candy. So true. I catch myself watching Hallmark mysteries. Yes, those are interesting though. Like the ones that serial spouse killers. Those are interesting. I like those. Those are wild. The true story stuff. Yeah, that's. What else? Oh, okay. The one who walks. Okay, so it's not even the on. It's the one who walks. In Navajo, Native American keyboard doesn't have the letters to spell in a native language. Got it. Okay, see, it's a lot more meaningful than what we thought. There it is. Soup Nazi boy transitions into a girl. Netflix does that, and that's why I think Russia's kind of banned them. Like Russia doesn't want you to watch any of that stuff. Oh, Russia. A good buddy Eamon. Have you watched Widow's Bay in Apple? No, I have not. I seen the trailer, but I haven't watched it. I have not. Apple's got some good shows. They really do. I'm actually impressed how good some of their shows are. SpaceX. Yeah, SpaceX is. Look at that. Look at it go. 167. You know, and there's some, and this is why I think you said this, Peter, and a lot of people did. You know, wait. If you want to get in long term, if you miss a good entry, wait a week or two. And I can tell you, there was a lot of people here that are saying what? Well, not saying that. They're saying, worship the Father. WTF? Worship the Father, right here. That's what they're saying to themselves. Because, man, they probably thought, hey, it's just going to run here. It's going to take off. It's not coming back. FOMO, fear, boom, boom, boom. They're in with an average of 220, 215. That hurts. They're down at 167. So there's some people feeling some pain right now as they rushed into it. So see what happens. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'll take anything with John Hamm in it. Yeah, he's pretty good. Friends and Neighbors is awesome. We ran through the second season already, so now we gotta wait. But that was really good. Oh, Frank, yes, that's so true. Murder mysteries. Wow, SpaceX is really taking a nice little bloodbath here. Down 10% for the day. Tesla, on the other hand, going the other way. Are people selling SpaceX to go back into Tesla? What's the situation? PLTR, also a nice dive, making a new low of the day there. MU sideways. There seems to be more selling than the stocks are doing that are up after the open. Wow, look at Google, man. SpaceX would have been your trade today, Peter, and Google would have been mine.
Yeah. So the trade was out there. We just didn't. Neither one of us took advantage of it. So.
Oh man. Not cool, not cool. But it continues. Tesla might go for another run here. So let's see. Pulled back to the 9. Held it. Is it trying to break higher? So both Tesla and SpaceX. I don't know, man. I think those two brands are going to stick around for a long time. New Tesla looks great. I keep seeing it everywhere now, different colors. Well, they only got like 4 colors. You always see the black one, of course. But they look really good, man. They look really, really nice. I wonder if my wife should get one. She commutes to work. Maybe she should get one. Get a Tesla. There's a guy I noticed. There's a McDonald's. Well, I won't say the place. But there's a McDonald's that's next to a gas station I go to. Next to McDonald's, there's a gas station. There's a Chick-fil-A, and my oldest daughter loves Chick-fil-A, and the McDonald's is right next to it. So we go to the Chick-fil-A, and we go there quite a bit. Like every other Friday, she wants like
Right.
she might not have a whole meal. She might just want the shake and the fries. Anyways, we go there quite a bit. And I noticed in the McDonald's, it must be a manager, some kind of worker. There's some, not a Tesla, some Mustang, electric Mustang. And the guy comes every day. He must work there. And not every day. Every time we pass by there, he's charging his Mustang at the McDonald's. He's got the cable coming out, and I'm like, he's either the manager or he's a worker that's got to figure out. I'm like, see, that's stealing. Like you're charging your car. Yeah, so he's basically riding around for free, this guy.
Huh.
Stealing the McDonald's. So if your burgers become, your nuggets become a little bit more expensive, it's because the Mustang guy, the electric Mustang guy, is taking the electricity bill from the McDonald's. So don't want to call him out, but that's very smart of him. Mike, how are you?
Hey, I am doing all right. How about you, Carlos? And Peter?
Doing good. Doing good.
Other than trying to trade and not getting filled, I mean,
Yeah, what's that about?
So you had troubles. You had troubles getting filled, did you?
yeah, twice. I tried taking Tesla on a high-day break around 390. 950 on the initial break that it had over here. Didn't get filled. It's like, okay. And then when AMD made this punch up here, I was trying to get in here. Couldn't get filled. And when that happens, I just say, all right, universe, I'll watch the market today. I don't care. Whatever. I'm just,
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to admit that it's just not going to work today. All right, I'll step back.
Clearly, I am doing something wrong. Either something's jacked up in my computer, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I have no idea, and I'm just not going to get upset. I'm just going to enjoy the day. So
yeah. And you have interactive brokers too, like us, right? So maybe it's not a broker thing. Maybe it's an exchange thing, because a couple of people that asked Schwab had a problem getting filled too. So maybe it's not a broker, but exchange situation. So it happens. I didn't get filled on my Google. I thought it was a mistake on my part, but it could have been the same thing. My order sat there. And I'm actually glad I did, because I took a bigger size than I wanted. So I had a chance to cancel it. And I think I would have got stopped out anyway. So now eventually worked out beautifully, but I'm not in it. Look at that. 348 and dropping.
Yeah, look at the SPY just go down. Did we have some news while I walked away?
I don't think we did, man.
Swapping computers, so
yeah, I don't know.
My daughter had the day off, so I traded on my laptop in the morning and then come in here for the YouTube show. So I saw it being a very rangy type day, and then I opened this up, and bam, look at what we got. Like, sell off. Like, oh, we got near 7,600. Time to sell.
Yeah.
The Qs did too. Qs kind of sold off 745. Oh, the SPY, that level that I keep talking about, 749.53. There it is. Once again, on the SPY. Just
here it is. So let's get to some more interesting stuff. This thing is, we're not trading well today. All right, let's get to some more interesting stuff, Mike, because I got to hear about this here. And
which one?
Oh, right over here. So here we have.
Yes.
Many people know this guy. I know you know him very, very well.
yeah.
And if you pretend you don't want to know him, it's okay, because I know he might have destroyed your team a couple of times, or many, many times in the past. But that is Tom Brady, so you know him very well. But there's a gentleman sitting right over here, or standing right over here, next to Tom Brady. And if you don't know who that is, we'll show you here. He's going to tell us all about it. This guy. With a signed jersey from Tom Brady. Dude, what an experience, man.
Yeah, it was awesome. So Friday night, or Friday, yeah, me and my wife were at happy hour, and a message came across from our apartment complex. Said, "Hey, we got 8 spots open for the VIP section next to Tom Brady launching his card vault business, right?" So I'm like, oh, so I get on my phone and I sign up because hey, I'm a Patriot fan, been a Patriot fan my whole life. Um,
Nice.
I like Tom Brady. He's the GOAT. You can hate him because you like some other football team, but you still can't deny that he's the greatest of all time,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
And so that jersey that I'm wearing, my wife bought back in 2006 in New York of all places, right? So you can see it's all faded and it's old, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So so when we get there, it's just on this small side of the stage, and I see the door that's the entrance. I'm like, ah, he's gonna be coming in and out of that place, right? So I just kind of stood by the door as they went in, and then as they were coming out, um, asked him for an autograph, and he signed and he said, "Oh, hey, how you doing? Where are you from?" and blah blah blah. So he only signed 2 autographs there, mine and one other guy that had a
Ah,
football. So
nice,
it
nice,
it was
nice.
pretty cool. And then I sent you. They actually put that picture up on Instagram, not the one you showed, but one that their photographer took up on
Yeah.
Instagram. I was like, ah, I made it to Instagram, so that was pretty cool.
That was pretty
But
cool.
did
Yeah,
cost me some money because now I got to buy a new Patriot jersey.
yeah. To wear.
Because
Yeah.
yep, because that one's going into a case.
Yeah,
But yeah,
absolutely.
so that was my fun day on Saturday, and then yesterday was a fun day at FanFest. Got to watch the Chain Smokers and a couple different games. I did not buy a $20 Michelob, just if you were wondering, Peter. No $20 Michelob.
No, I would have figured that you wouldn't have, but all right, it's good to know. You
Yep,
stuck to your guns.
yep. And then my wife on Friday was the US game. My wife won the soccer ball of tequila at the US watch party for our apartment of all things. So in a raffle. So it was a fun weekend.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah,
What's
Frank. I
this one?
mean, that was
Let's
crazy, right? There was only 8 tickets anyways in there. There was only 8 of us in the 3 apartment complexes that got in. So
Again, I
it
keep
was
saying
cool.
that you've managed to find the right apartment to live in because their social, their social network there is quite robust.
Yeah, it is.
It's more than just a place to live, right? It's a
Yeah.
lifestyle.
They really tried. They actually they employ one person to do all the activities for the 3 buildings. So his whole job is to actively promote and get stuff going and do stuff. So it's very interesting. We have another watch party this Thursday, and so we'll see what comes after that.
It's awesome, man. Awesome.
Yeah, Carlos had some fun. Um, I I didn't even tell you all about the apartment crawl
Mm.
that we did on Saturday night.
The apartment
So
crawl, like what?
yeah, apartment crawl. So we have this potluck group that's a bunch of us that live here in the apartment. But instead of doing the potluck this time, we did an apartment crawl. So we
Mm.
went to 5 families hosted, and they chose a country to cook food and buy or do drinks at, right? Like create an authentic drink. So say it was in the DR, it'd be something with rum, right? And a food from the DR. and we started at 6:30 and we ended at about 8:30, and then that transpired into going and watching the soccer game at KC Live, which transitioned into the PBR nightclub until midnight when me and my wife left. And then they continued to party till 5:43 in the morning.
5:43. How do you know it that specifically?
I know that because the guy took a picture. We had somebody that one of our other buddies was in Maine and he flew in. And they took a picture at 5:43 when he got into the apartment together.
Wow. Okay. All right. There you go.
Timestamp.
So we had a party time. It was it was a timestamp. I like to party, but I will give it to them. There's some people that can hands down outlast me. I'm not staying out till 5 in the morning.
No, not anymore. At least, not anymore.
Yeah,
those days are behind us.
And you know what's funny? Last night, as I was going to bed, I was walking into the bedroom and I told my wife, I go, "Hey, do you hear that?" My wife's like, "What?" I'm like, "Do you hear that?" And she's like, "I don't hear anything." I said, "Exactly the first night of sleep we get in peace here."
Oh, no games,
because
no parties?
all the noise outside from all the soccer fans and DJs and partying. But that ends today because I think all the Netherlands fans come in today or tomorrow, one of the two. So we're getting overrun by the orange party. So and sorry everybody, not real much trading here. I've tried to trade and for whatever reason the universe doesn't want. So we're just having fun today. If you can trade, you're my hero today. If you can get into a trade, you're my hero. I bow down to you right now because I can't.
It's not like there were crazy opportunities out there. We had a couple too, but even us looking for active trades, there was not a lot, man. Even look at Intel sideways. NVIDIA finally broke down, but for the first like 45 minutes, it was just sideways, right? So nothing happening there. So again, it was not like we missed a whole lot either today.
Yep. I have no idea who's going to be the champion, but I want Cape Verde to be the champion. That team is
Cape Verde. They're punching above their weight, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they are absolutely punching above their weight. So is Curacao. Like Curaçao's in a spot to go to the knockout round. Like really, the smallest country there. So I don't know. Germany didn't impress me this weekend all that much. They seem to struggle a little bit. A lot of the big name teams seem to be struggling.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Germany is good. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it. I don't know. I was there. It's funny you bring up Luxembourg. That's my coffee mug for today. Luxembourg. So I'm sure they have a football team there in Europe. Everybody has a football team, including Monaco. So Argentina's going to be interesting because they have a pretty easy group. So I don't know how well they're going to be tested. Yeah, the SPY keeps dropping. I haven't seen any news.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything here, and everything keeps getting dragged too. Like you're seeing SpaceX and other ones go lower. NVIDIA making a new low now. AMD trying to go lower here. So
I think
Google, 347 coming up.
Yeah, if there isn't any news on the SPY, I just think it's this 74953 level here, right? Like this is the top of the range. It's broken out a couple times, but every time it gets above it, it kind of falls back into this. And we tested it, and now we're just kind of trending back down to the lower end of the range. So, I really don't know what to say other than be cautious, wait for your setups. I would have had a hard time taking anything today other tthan that Tesla and AMD with the SPY the way it looks. I mean, that's pretty ugly for a 5-minute chart on the SPY. I mean, yeah, that's just till it finally decided we're done.
Okay.
What sport do they play in Italy? They play football in Italy. Italy's even won a World Cup. Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Italy's won a World Cup. If you want, anybody want to rant, I can tell you that in today's day and age, you would think that. So I use Microsoft Edge for a trading terminal. So I always get these news things, right, that come up, right? Well, today I got something about the USA, some former player disagreeing with Ibrahimovic about his assessment, right? So I'm like, oh, let me click on that. So I click on it, and I start, and when I click on a news article, I can tell you I never look at the author. Like, I absolutely never look at who actually writes this, right? That.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is important because I start reading this article, and then in the middle of it, it says the U.S. beat Bosnia, and I can never say the second half of that, and Australia. And I go, what? Bosnia is not even in the same group as the U.S. They're not even in the group. What are you talking about? And so instantaneously, all credibility is lost, right? So much so that I went up to scroll to find out who this author is.
Who wrote this?
What news branch? Who wrote this one? But who is the publication that did it? So I know never to look at their stuff again, because clearly you just use AI or fake news, or you don't even have the audacity to edit your stuff, right? And you're trying to put this out, and it was this guy named Matthew something. I'm like, yep, anything from Newsweek, and it's crazy. Newsweek, nope, won't read anything else from you. You have zero credibility in my stance now. Like, if you're gonna write something, at least know what the F you're talking about, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, it's not that hard anymore, and it just goes to show you, like, you wonder why the public has zero trust in any media source nowadays, right? Zero. Like it's just irritates me.
Clearly. There you go.
Yes,
good rant.
It irritates me. Yeah. It's so much that my wife, right? My wife always tries to say, did you see this news article? And I'm like, I don't give a crap. It's fake somewhere. AI wrote it. Don't care. Like, show me something that actually, I want like a recording, and I want it verified. Like, I don't trust anything on social media, on news channels, news networks, any of this stuff. It's just so sad nowadays. You know?
So yeah, I looked up what you were saying here. Italy has won a couple of times, actually. They won probably more than anybody else. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. They won 3 times. 4. 4 times.
Yeah, see, I knew
So
Italy was
they're in
good.
here heavy. They're in here heavy, my friends. So we'll see. Shout out to Levi's and their marketing team, man. They're winners here with the FIFA. They are winners, man. Their marketing team really pulled off something truly amazing. This is incredible. Like, this is what you pay the marketing team
Yes.
for. This is what you do. And this right here is just incredible. So for those that don't know, Levi's is not part of, it's not a sponsor in the FIFA Cup, right? So they have to block everything that has Levi on the stadium. That's part of the contract. So what they did, they got this tight wrap that still keeps the bat symbol. Like the Batman symbol here, right? So everybody knows what this is. Like, from afar, it's an underwear. It looks like an underwear, obviously, but everybody knows, hey, this is the Levi Stadium. So their marketing has ran with this, and they even changed their Instagram. Like, if you go to, here's a picture, Mike, from you earlier.
Oh, yeah.
One of what made Instagram.
Yeah.
They even changed their Instagram. If you go to Levi's, they changed it to block it, which is awesome. I'm like, man, way to lean into this. And then they use the stream. Everybody will know. How do I search this? There it is, Levi.
That is awesome. Great marketing.
It's great marketing, man. Look, they changed the logo to the block symbol. How? This is awesome. Like, man, that is so good. They really did it. And then they got this viral, this viral thing. It's not, you can't hear the sound, but it's basically saying they're not gonna know. No, they're gonna know. They're not gonna know, which went viral. Like this, that thing is viral. And look at that. So like when you force somebody to hide something, and you do it in this fashion, because they could have clearly put something that does not keep the logo, the actual symbol.
Yeah, it's keeping the shape, right? Where
keeping
they
the shape, and it's got this tight thing, whatever, and it's just perfect. Just beautiful brand marketing and branding. So that team deserves a a raise. Look at that, and they changed all their logos and some of their stores. They went as far as changing some of their stores now. Some of their stores,
Really?
they put the white thing on. And I'm like, genius. Like, you're getting the marketing without paying a dime. How beautiful.
Yep.
Oh, gotta love it.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah. I do like those when they take advantage of the situation.
Oh, yeah. So look what they did in London. Look in London airport. How great is that? That is beautiful. Hong Kong.
Meanwhile, Carlos, the both Google and SpaceX are mocking us this morning.
Don't even tell me. I couldn't imagine how much they drop here. Oh
yeah.
Amazing. Great stuff. All right, let's see. Let me see.
Did you try to get it,
SpaceX.
Peter?
No, I didn't. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't a system problem. It was a me decision.
Okay. I always have a hard time taking a trade right after a system problem.
Right.
And then when I tried it twice, when I built the confidence, I'm going to do this again. And it happened again. Now I'm like, I don't think I'm going to trade at all today. That's tough to go for 3 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you get in and then your system problem happens again and you can never get out. And I'm not as lucky as Andrew for it to go in my direction.
Nobody's as lucky as Andrew. He somehow
man.
It always ends up working out for him, eh? It's
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Gillette did the same thing. So I see what you're saying. But it doesn't look as good as Levi. Like, you can't, that doesn't do it. You see, like, okay, this could be anything, right? The other one, the Levi one, looks so
they
much
needed
better.
to put like black lines across theirs for the razor blades, right?
Yes, yeah, something like that.
Like,
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
would know that that's a razor blade.
Yeah, agreed. So not as not as great. At least this picture I have. I'm not sure what the other one looks like. But yeah. Yep. Wow.
Yeah.
What is
Getting
going
another
on?
drop on the SPY.
What is happening? Everything, guys, flushing. Google's laughing us, like Peter said. Down 345. SpaceX lower. Intel's holding. Wants no part of this. Intel's just going sideways. NVIDIA, is falling apart too. AMD, not so much. You got a couple of stocks that are holding. Intel, AMD, and SMCI are actually not part of the sell-off right now. They're just kind of hanging tight.
This is rough. The SPY going down. Don't be long until the SPY decides
careful.
It's hit its bottom. I'm wondering if there's some like news that came out on. Oh, I guess I could turn on the Benzinga. I always get messed up when I have to swap computers in the day. I always forget to start up stuff that I've had up before.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so distracted. But Leonardo, if they did that, that is awesome too. So they cover their stadium with foam. Gillette, that would be good. I don't see that though. I don't find that link. So okay, I see what they did. All right, the last thing on this, because I find this so interesting. This is good. All right, this makes sense. So I guess they put it white and realized that, let's come up with a better idea. So they covered it with a shaving foam or cream, whatever. That's very good. Oh, that's very good. Good job. Good job. Oh, man. Fun stuff.
See, here's an interesting thing. This news article, and I don't think a lot of people are getting that. And I don't want to get into politics here. This isn't about politics. This is about economics. Okay, everybody? So leave the politics out of this discussion. The proposed tax, Peter, we've talked about this in California, of them taxing 5% on billionaires of 1.1 billion or more, right? In the state. So this isn't a federal tax, it's a state tax. And what that would mean, right? So why do I bring this up? This is a great example that they put up here with Zuckerberg, whose net worth is 220 billion. So a 5% tax on 220 billion. It doesn't matter. It's your net worth, not what you made, not realized gains, nothing. Your net worth. Mm-hmm. So in order to pay that over the course of the 5 years that they allow for you, what's that mean? He has to dump stock, right? He has to sell the shares,
right, to pay
of
the tax.
something to get it, which impacts the stock market, right? That is going to have a huge impact on not only the stock market as a whole, but a lot of people's 401ks that are tied up in the S&P 500 that Meta's a part of. Now, if you've been following this story, you also know Mark Zuckerberg bought a house in Florida in December, so he technically can get around it. But there's other people, NVDA.
Yeah, he doesn't want to move. He wants to pay it.
Owner.
Yeah.
He wants to pay it.
Yeah.
And where's NVIDIA, right? It's in there. So he's the other side of this story that's saying, hey, I'm willing to pay this tax. But again, how's he going to raise the money? The money's going to be raised through possible shares of NVIDIA over the course of a period of time to cover this. And remember, NVIDIA is part of that S&P 500, which a lot of people have within their 401ks and retirement plans. So
Right.
that's there. So this is a very interesting thing. Right now, it's up to the voters, because if it's a federal law, right, there's no escaping it. But it's a state law, so you can kind to. And then, of course, there will be, we all know, a whole bunch of court appeals and lawsuits if it passes, and then years and years upon it, whether it's legal or not legal. But this is something to be aware of. So
Okay.
I find that very interesting, because anytime you're talking net worth, that's like, I mean, I got a lot of net worth, but it's not liquid. You're forcing the sale of stuff, which is
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah. It's problematic when they do that. I don't know. I can't imagine that. Well, I mean, who knows what'll get passed, but
so it's
Just
be aware of it.
difference. Always the question, right? Like, what is it gonna do? I like in Jersey, man. You ride around the roads here. The roads here, we have the worst roads in the country. I believe that for a fact. New Jersey has the worst roads in the country. You cannot travel anywhere without hitting a pothole. It's just crazy. And the amount of money we collect on these bridges, like it's $17 every time you cross that bridge. George Washington Bridge is $17. Lincoln Tunnel is $17, and we share between between New York. They call it the Metro, whatever. They share between New York and New Jersey, right? Tunnels and bridges. Only the ones that connect New Jersey and New York, they're shared. And that money should just be used for roads and bridges. And what are you doing with it? That's a lot of money. I don't understand, man. The management, and it doesn't, not a Republican or Democrat thing. It's just government overall, man. They just don't know how to manage money. They just don't know how to manage. They don't know how to manage money. I mean, it just boggles my mind. So,
you know, my
You said a different country, but Edmonton, Alberta has the worst potholes I've ever seen. It is brutal here. It is honestly so bad.
I don't think it's worse than Jersey, man.
Yeah.
You can't
I have
beat
a
Jersey.
truck, so it's okay. But yeah, anyways. Sorry, Peter. What were you saying? I cut you off.
Just on that, Carlos, you know, my personal experiences, because I would have thought, like, yeah, the big private corporations that are making tons of money, you know, would be better. The reality is they've got a ton of bureaucracy too. And it's amazing to me how whenever you get a whole bunch of humans together in a system, generally it's inefficient.
It's
you know, so we really just don't, maybe we need the robots to take over, Carlos. Maybe then your funding would get used better.
Yeah,
They
no
can fix
emotions when the robots come in, right? Just
they'll fix it.
they'll fix it. God. Oh boy, we'll see. All right, I see we got Kyle. How are you, my friend?
Yeah.
I am great. I had some weird fills this morning. I actually didn't trade. I took 2 trades and my fills were so bad. So I was just in the chat room kind of just watching. But SMCI was a great little trade. I had AMD. So they both worked out, but I actually didn't trade them. So other than that, my weekend was good. I had my 40th birthday. I had my Father's Day. So I had a really good weekend. And
Nice.
I just didn't want to overtrade today. So I just kind of sat back and had my coffee, had some eggs, and just watched the action.
All right.
Nice. Well, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, I guess.
Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. Do you is Eamon joining today? Do you know?
Yeah, he's going to be joining. He's having some
he
VPN
might.
issues. So he's
okay.
going to join us. Might be joining a little bit later. But so if you want to
Okay.
share your screen in the meantime, and I'm going to work with him
Sure.
to get him what he needs to get
Yep.
in. And
Here he
and
is.
Guys, how are you doing?
Oh, you're back. Okay. Do you still need me to email you the link or?
No, all good. All good. I'm here.
Okay. All right, you got it. Okay.
Awesome. How are you doing? Had a good day?
Great.
Thank you,
Well,
Peter.
no
Thank you,
trades.
Carlos.
So
No
I
trade.
guess that.
Quiet
no
for
trades.
both Carlos and
Yeah.
I. We both
Okay.
we heard
Yeah.
about the troubles, but really that wasn't what influenced me. We just didn't we didn't find the entries we were looking for.
Well, I didn't do great today, unfortunately. First of all, I had the troubles on DAS, but honestly, they played in my favor. I managed to exit at break even because of the bad fills. But then MU just did nothing. I tried it 2 times,
Right.
but you could see it's just a mess. It just kept going sideways, and it's still going sideways. I still think eventually it's going to go to the upside, but tough day.
Yeah. All right, guys. Me, Mike, and Peter, we'll let you guys to it, and we'll catch you guys a
Thank
little
you,
bit
guys.
All
Yeah,
right.
have a good
Thank you,
morning.
guys.
Later, guys.
Hello, Kyle, and hello, YouTube.
Mr. Amon, how was your weekend?
The weekend was good. Wait, so someone says
Hey
they
man,
can't see my screen.
reset that screen again. Yeah.
All right, let me just reset it.
Yeah, I had
Yep, we got it.
I look 20. I look 23. Candy, thank you so much. Yeah, no, I'm indeed 40, but I do look young. Everyone always says that to me. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the water in Alberta, I guess. But yeah, I had
Boy,
some
send me that water.
It's that cold ass weather you got up there, man. That cold weather's keeping you young.
There was this guy, I forget, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. It's a bit off topic, but he was taking bottles and putting like the air from Banff in it and selling it, and people were buying it for like $60. Like what are we doing anymore? Society is insane. Like it's a can of air and people were buying it. Like I don't know. What is life
You
anymore,
never know when
honestly?
you're going to need it.
I guess so.
See?
But I had man, I could have had such a good day. Like my SMCI trade, same kind of issues. Did a 5 minute opening range. My fill, I'll send you a picture of it, was like $1.50 below my entry. So I was
That's actually
down.
good. That's actually good.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, wait, you played it long or short? Sorry.
I was long on SMCI at
And it
the
gave you a
five.
dollar. Feel
I'll send you a
than you
picture of
wanted?
it.
Yeah, send me that.
No, underneath it. Like I was down, I think like where's my phone?
Oh.
I'll send not
Yeah,
good.
send it.
Anyway, so I canceled out of that one. I got back in, same thing, and then I hit close all and it started hammering like 10% partials because it wouldn't fill it. So I'm as you can tell by my light, I'm red on the day. It's a small red, but everyone in the chat room kind of had the same issues. I know Gary was trading SMCI, same thing. About 20 people were saying they were getting bad fills out of the open, and then it kind of fixed itself. I changed my quote server, but I decided not to trade, so it's all good.
Well, while you're sending it, guys, you can see I also had small issues. So initially, the candlestick was sitting around here, and I wanted to get filled, but it got me filled. The candlestick was not here. The candlestick was literally sitting around here, but I got a partial fill. Luckily, it was a partial fill. Then the price action is sitting around here, and I'm having a limit order down here, and it gave me that fill weirdly, but it did give me that fill, which kind of fixed my average slightly. And honestly, the good part is that when the candlestick was sitting down here and I hit the market order to sell, it got me out at break even. So in a way, this dash trader, it messed me up, but at the same time, it kind of saved me from the first loss. The difficult part was on MU. I don't think MU was a really bad one. I knew that my entry around here is late. Not a good one. End of 2 is basically beginning of 3. That's why I initially started it with a wide stop loss. But later, as it flagged, I added to my position and I moved my stop loss. So that wasn't bad. That was basically my risk, and I was looking for a reward up here, which is somewhere around 3 to 1. Got me stepped out, instantly recovered, and now I'm having kind of a fake break because there is a good level here. This level is broken, and right after the break, the price recovers. So I was like, it's worth giving it a try. Played it to the long side, put my stop loss below the range, considering, I think I put it somewhere down here, yes. Considering that the break is a fake break. And it went down the second time and it got me stopped out the second time. So I am down a total of 2 hours on MU, break even on INTC. So red day for today, no regrets. But I still think it's going to go to the upside. It looks like it is setting up right now. We made a move from the bottom to the top and now we're flagging at the top. That is a really good sign. When you see a flag around the resistance, that's an indication that it is about to break it. So this looks like it could be setting up for a long, targeting 102.20-ish. Atlas-wise, yeah, Atlas-wise is also good, around 1,200. So looks like it's setting up, but I'm not gonna take any more trades, I guess. And this is Kyle's issue that he has faced today. Yeah, I can see that's exactly what happened to me. Just the price is sitting at one area and the fill is a different area, right?
Yeah, and I tried getting in on top of the 5 minute candle. So I mean, realistically, I would have got stopped out anyways on this trade. But I mean, it is what it is. I think things like this happen, and this is just part of trading. And the more you trade, like I've seen this happen once or twice in about 3 years. Just don't let it ruin your day too much. If you lost a little bit and you donated a little bit to the charity of DAS, honestly, it is what it is. And like you can sit back and get all pissed off and let it ruin your day. But honestly, it's just part of trading. Just treat it like another loss. And DAS is usually so good. It's such a good platform. It executes so well, 9 times out of 10. So just don't let it ruin your day.
You see, you donated a part of it not to the DAS charity, to Interactive Brokers charity, if you think about it. But
Right. There you
anyway,
go. Yeah, that's right.
yeah, right. This happened in the past, but it used to happen once a year, once every second year. But we literally had it 3 times within 1 week. And I thought that last week it's totally fine. It happens sometimes, but usually DAS trader fix their issues quickly, sometimes even within the weekend, because they don't work on this during the week. They turn off the servers or shut down the servers during the weekend sometimes and they get it fixed. But this time they did not do it, which is surprising. Why do we have this issue for 3 days in a row? We had it on Wednesday, we had it on Thursday at the open. And look, it's the same pattern. We have it the first 15 to 20 minutes, then it stabilizes. Uh, and it makes me wonder, is it DAS or it is interactive broker issue? Because if it was DAS, probably they would have fixed it faster.
But there's people asking about this air. I just sent you a link in
Do you
Telegram
guys
for
want to
this.
buy some air?
Like I swear this is a real
Do
thing.
you want to buy air?
You want to buy some air? Yeah.
Guys, if you want to buy some air, I'll can some Russian air for you. You just tell me where you want it. You want it from Altai? You want it from Sochi?
This is
I'll get
bottled
that
air
for you.
from Banff. Yeah, it's crazy.
I'll
There
get
it
you
is
some
right there.
bottled air from my backyard, whatever you want.
I don't know how old this is. Oh yeah, what was it, 2015? I know this is a long time. But people were buying this all over the world, and these guys were making an absolute fortune off. They're based. This is the Calgary Herald, but these guys were from Edmonton, where I live right now, and they were going to Banff and just sucking up air. It's just crazy. Anyways, what are you gonna do? Your new business, yeah.
Yep.
I'm not really looking at anything else right now. I honestly I'm still kind of looking at SMCI but I'm not looking at any trades. AMD also had a really nice move today. I had that on my watch list. That was a great 5-minute opening range. A few guys in the chat room traded this one as well, both to the long side and then short. There was a big Atlas at 98.75 on this. Again, I didn't trade it, but AMD, I think all the semiconductors had a really nice morning, so we'll see what happens.
Yep. Do you think it's because of the PGT rule? Look, anything is possible. Maybe they're making a lot of changes in the back end and that could cause these issues. So maybe. Someone asked about trading game, and if you take 2 trades, both of them lose, then you make money on the third trade. Should I continue or you call it a day? So if I lose 2 trades and then I win 1 trade, I will continue. And if the trade after the winner is a loser, that's what I call it a day. If it's another winner, then I'll keep trading.
So you lost 2 trades both on MU today, you said?
INTC break even, which is considered a loser, obviously. And then 2 trades on MU, both of them full losses. So I'm down 2 hours for the day and I'm calling it today because it's 3 losses in a row.
Yeah, that's enough. I
Exactly.
like how you consider a break-even trade a loss. That's smart. Well, it's good for your numbers over the long term too, right? So
Exactly.
it doesn't skew them. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of
Well,
times when
it
traders have a
does,
loss.
but
I
sorry,
mean,
go ahead.
it kind of does. It kind of does. Not sorry to cut you out. Like I said, if you lose money and you consider if you are in a break-even trade, you usually feel like you did not lose and like you still have an opportunity to trade. And honestly, this mindset on its own is not bad. The real issue comes when you start cutting trades at break even because you don't want to call it a day. So sometimes the trade is really good, and then you see another trade setting up, So you close this position at break even to open a position on some other stock. Or you already lost too much, you know that you're half hour away from your stop loss, so you start cutting positions, which are really good, just to be able to open other positions. And if your position that you were in starts making money, it triggers some form. So basically, it starts creating sequences of bad trading behaviors. That's why I just decided to cut all these potential things that could happen by just simply calling a break-even trade as a losing trade.
Yeah, I love that. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, Candy, I'm still in Netflix. I can see that this thing is still going down to hell. So we'll see where it's going to be in 20 years.
Did you do anything over the weekend?
Over the weekend, yeah, I had some family members coming to visit. I haven't seen them in years, so it was a long weekend with family members. I would not complain. Not bad. In a long time that I did
How
not
often
see
do you
them.
come to North America? Like you go to like the retreats often, like the Vancouver one. Did you go to that?
No,
No.
tough to get a visa there. I think the only retreat that I have been to was the Thailand retreat because you don't need a visa to get there.
Right. You need a visa to
Yeah.
come to Canada, really? Even temporarily?
Yeah,
What do I know?
I see.
I'm
I mean,
ignorant to it,
it's
I suppose.
it depends on where you're from, obviously.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what
Back
we
into
have.
character here. Yeah.
Back into trading. Yep. MRNA for a reversal. Yeah, this looks like a parabolic reversal, small fake breakdown. Um, Possible if it goes to 57.85. I would not say it's A plus, but I wouldn't say it's a bad one.
EMD. What's the SPY doing? Wow, that was quick. What do you think? Why do you think the SPY dumped like that so quick? Like there was no news. Was it just like super overextended in your eyes?
Spy? I did not
Yeah.
actually see what's happening around there. So it's definitely not something related to Iran because the oil is selling off. So probably just a pullback. I mean, were there any news, guys? Anybody kept track of this?
I know Gary and Brian in the chat room pretty much like I think Gary top ticked this SPY and they caught this whole move to the downside. It's such a nice trade.
That's actually amazing. Good job for them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
How many likes do we have? 413. So we need some quick math. 87 likes. What do we got? We have 43 minutes left. That's doable. There's 550 people watching.
Yeah, definitely
Though
doable.
everyone here is probably already liked, so it makes it challenging. But see what happens.
You long AMD for a break of view up? I think we're going to have choppy price action for some time at least.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be taking any more trades today, to be honest.
Exactly.
What did Rigetti do today? That's my old friend. Rigetti Spaghetti. Oh, that's a nice little breakout. What's oil at? Did you check that? You just had it up there. I didn't see 111 USO.
Yes, it is 111, which is
111.
actually not a bad thing, yeah.
And you never trade commodities, hey? Like you never trade gold or silver or oil. You just trade that your list of 8, right?
No, oil I do not trade it because it just moves randomly. It's really weird.
Okay.
It's trappy. Even for my mentees who are trading futures, I usually recommend they don't touch oil because of some ugly wicks and ugly traps all over the place. I think oil is tradable only after a fake break confirmation.
Okay. Yeah, everyone in the chat. Honestly, I had no idea that as a Russian, to come to Canada, you need to get a visa. Like that is
I mean, with the with
Just the
everything
way
that's
the
going
world
on
is right
right
now.
now.
Yeah, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, but even
Yeah.
before that, like I didn't think that wow, what do I know? I'm just an ignorant
Honestly,
North
to be
American, I
fair,
guess.
it's
Yeah.
even before. It's even before because I tried to get a visa 2018. No, wait, 2020. Yeah, 20. I think when there was a Vancouver meeting, and
Hmm.
still, even then, they gave me a rejection. So it wasn't easy.
Wow.
Yep.
Are you a Russian spy or something? You have something on your passport? Red flag?
You never know, and I'm not gonna say if I was right. That's how it
I'd have to
works.
I'd have to kill you if I told you. That's right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Tesla had a really nice run up today as well. 2, 4. Wow. Yeah. Do you have that on your? You didn't have Tesla on your like
On my
watch
watch
list
list,
today?
no, I was not. I did not like the daily chart on it. Just to see how it's actually now looking at it, it's not that bad, but still, honestly, I did not like it. It's just a mess. It looked like it's a
Yeah.
mess. Hmm.
So your bias again, you go from daily to 60 to 30 to 5 to 1. Is that correct?
Yes, and I sometimes start with the weekly chart. Usually on Sunday nights, I start building my watch list based on the weekly chart. And for this week, I have Apple for a long. I mean, it's clear ABCD pattern, right? Straight move to the upside, pulling back, holding the 9 moving average, closing as a green candlestick, which tells me that this week I could be more bullish biased on Apple. Amazon, I was also long biased, but apparently I'm wrong. You can see that there is a nice and beautiful resistance area around here, right? We held this resistance area for the past 2 weeks, closed as a hammer last week, so expected a continuation this week, but who knows, maybe later during the week it still could happen. I have INTC, beautiful trend continuation, hammer on the previous week, clearing all the levels, so long biased on it this week. I have AMD similar to INTC, SMDK similar to it, NVDA similar to Amazon, beautiful consolidation area, previous resistance acting as support, last 2 weeks holding the level, so this week I'm long biased on it, and QCOM bull flag or ABCD pattern on the weekly chart. So these are the main stocks that I'm looking for a trend on for this week. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to be trading them every day. For example, if we go through them on the daily chart one by one, Apple looked good on the weekly chart for a long, but the daily chart is a mess, not aligned. Amazon looked good on the weekly chart for a long, and it also looked good on the daily. See, we have a double bottom. And I had it on my watch list today. I even announced it in the chat room. Watching Amazon for a potential long. What I did not like about Amazon today is the 60-minute chart. It was sloping down and the moving averages were going down. And I did mention that if I am to trade Amazon to the long side, it needs to go below 242 and then squeeze past 243. And that's where I would have played it to the long side. So you could see that weekly was good, daily was good, but the 60 wasn't ready. So I started during the weekend by building my bias using the weekly chart, and then on day-to-day basis, I confirmed the daily, and then during the pre-market, I confirmed the 60. I go also through the 60-minute chart and the daily from the gaps list and other mods watch list.
And is that a best practice of yours? Like you always on the Sunday, you try to set yourself up for the week?
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing else that I would love that I enjoy doing on Sundays. So by Sunday night, going through the 8 stocks, it takes like 10 minutes approximately to get myself an idea of what could happen next week at least. And
Mhm.
then I just reconfirm that plan on in the morning. The worst thing is when you build your watch list on Sunday night and then you wake up and the market just gaps horribly
Right.
to one
So you
particular
just wasted
direction.
all that energy.
You just wasted it all.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think like that's something I've learned as well just over time is you need to create somewhat of a bias for your trading and it's tough just to sit down at 7:15 and I've been getting a few emails from people inside of BBT just asking me how I build my watch list and a lot of it is just the morning show to be honest but You can also just sit down, just like come in at 6:45 and don't come in at 7:15. Like it is, you're just setting yourself up for failure when you do that. You need to sit down and see where you're at on the chart. So, uh, yeah, I think I definitely need to start doing that on Sundays a little bit as well.
And I do not, it doesn't mean that I'll be only trading the stocks from my list. Like I told you, right now on my list, I have Apple, Amazon, Intel, AMD, SNDK, NVDA, and QCOM. But it doesn't mean that I'll be trading only these stocks.
Right,
Anything can
exactly.
happen during the week. Some stock comes in play, gaps down, gaps up, gives me a good 60-minute play. But I know that if I'm going to play something out of my list, then I'm not going to be holding it for a big run. I'm going to be holding it for a smaller move.
Right.
Yeah. So someone asked about SPCX on Atlas.
Oops.
It's neutral. It's neutral. It literally has good orders to the upside and to the downside. I mean, who's the green guy behind you? The one there or the one there? Because I have them on both sides. But it's both avocados.
What is that? Oh, Mr. Fox. Okay, we're at 437, 63 more likes. You don't drink. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not really watching much here. I don't know if I want to take another trade. I don't think so, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be taking any more trades because I'm already at my max loss of trades allowed for the day. But we can still watch stocks and see if something sets up. PLTR for a reversal, I think it's too early. Look, now the whole market is selling off. The market looks like it's bottoming actually. Yeah, the market is actually looking like it's bottoming, but I don't like PLTR for a V reversal. I would wait at least for a 15-minute candlestick to close bullish and only then start watching it within the next.
I see. What's your one rule about when there's 3 or 4 green candlesticks? Like you never trade it long if there's 3. You always wait for a pullback, right?
Yes, on the one I could go for a third sometimes if the candlesticks are small or if I have an intention to add. But on the 5, should not play it. On 3, always wait for a pullback first.
Okay. Grant Senior reversal on NVIDIA or too early?
NVIDIA, it's not too early, it's too late.
I was just gonna you beat me to it. I was just thinking
Sorry.
I think you actually missed it. No, like for me, just trading with Eamon a little bit, I would say a really nice entry would have been after the pullback around 11:05, somewhere around there. I could be wrong because then
Yeah.
again, you would have survived this pullback, and if it continues to go up, you would still be in it. In and around 11, maybe 11:06 or
Yeah,
7.
because the
What do you
ultimate
think?
target, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, probably somewhere around 11:07, 11:08 after the
Mhm.
small pullback from the level. Because the ultimate target when you play reversals is around view up, and it's already halfway through it, so looks a bit late. Amazon, someone called it. Now Amazon looks better. I would give it a couple more minutes at least. Let it close as a 15-minute reversal candlestick. And if it doesn't make a new 5-minute high within the reversal candlestick on the 15-minute chart, a double bottom on the 1-minute chart would be okay. I would rate it a CB minus setup. Because after 11 o'clock, if you want to play a reversal, ideally you want to see a double bottom on the 5-minute chart. You could go more aggressively on the 1-minute chart if you have double confirmation time frames.
And that's considered a B plus for you?
That B minus probably B plus B minus somewhere around there. But first, it needs to close as a 15-minute hammer. Let's see how that's going to close. But yeah, I'd say it's somewhere around B, not even B plus or minus, just a B probably.
So if Amazon closed on a 15-minute as a hammer, you go over to the 5-minute, look for a double bottom, and execute on the 1.
Yep.
Okay,
If both the 15 and the 5 close as a hammer, that would be the least thing we're looking for.
got it. Days says, Eamon, I implemented your trade management system last week, and it really helped me with my mental account and preventing account bleed out. Thank you as a guest on YouTube.
Well, thank you. I'm really glad you are learning a lot from us.
There you go.
Let's take a look. Marvel reversal, not sure about it either. It's tricky. It's just starting the move to the downside. The daily made a fake breakout above the all-time high level, instantly closed as a reversal candlestick. Looks like it's trying to double bottom, but I think it's going to make a new low below the low of the day.
I'm having severe FOMO over SMCI. But this is like the way that I'm kind of counteracting it right now is that I wouldn't actually still be in this trade. Like my style, I would have been out a long time ago and I would have been done. Like even if like I'm trying to leave more runners on, but because I have such a scalping mindset, like I would have got in at the 5. I would have been out of this trade around probably 10 oh, what is that? 10:10. As soon as it came back down, I probably would have been out. And then would I have entered around 11 o'clock again? Probably not. So even when I come back and I look at these charts later, it's like, oh my God, I could have made so much money today. Realistically, I wouldn't have because I wouldn't have even been trading this. And that's something when you journal later on, you take your screenshots at the end of the day and just hold yourself to that accountability too. Like, would you still realistically be in this? And even if I was leaving on some runners for a nice photo at the end of the day, it would be 15 shares. Like it wouldn't be a significant amount of money. So don't let FOMO ruin your days either. It's tough. Like I don't know, being a little bit more of a rookie trader, the FOMO still comes in and it like irks my stomach. Like it feels like you're on a roller coaster a little bit. You're like, oh God, should I get in? Should I get in? Just don't do it.
No, that's true.
If you've missed the move, exactly what Eamon said, like I forget who asked the question on NVIDIA, like it's easy for you to just get in and push the button and be like, okay, it's gonna break out, it's gonna reverse now, but you've already missed the move, right? And that's when you're journaling later on. You can be proud of those moments too. Not taking a trade is actually saving yourself money, right? You don't need to trade every single day. Yes, it's extremely hard when you call yourself an intraday day trader. Like Eamon says all the time, like you don't need to trade. I mean, he doesn't say it
Yeah.
all the time, but like even when he moves his stop loss to break even, but he counts that as a loser, right? Like that's just maturity and learning the right way to track your statistics over the long term. Over like I know Eamon, one of his things is you try to make 20 R a month. Okay, so in those statistics, when you're actually holding yourself to those accountable numbers, it really does matter. Like in the moment when you take a quick loss, it does matter, right? So I appreciate that about Eamon. I'm learning so much from you, man. I know I'm buttering you up all the time, but man, like your book
No,
and just the
don't.
way you
Just message
think.
me anytime.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I said no, you're not. Just message me anytime. It's easy.
Ah,
Anyway,
okay.
by the way, guys, Amazon here. This is the B entry. We had a
Okay.
small new low on the 5-minute chart, hammer there. The 15-minute chart did not close ideally, but that still wasn't bad. Like this is where I drew the blue line from red to green. That's probably the best entry you can get for this reversal. What's your target? You want to lock in some profits up here just to turn it into a risk-free trade, then partial across every single swing high level. So that's probably the best entry around here.
Would you ever
And
take this in the sim, or you just don't do the sim trades
no,
anymore?
I don't. You see, hitting a
Yeah.
button on the sim still teaches you to overtrade because you feel like
Right.
clicking that button. You still feel like clicking that button. But yeah, this is it. You see how we call it 11:32 or 2:33:37. You know, when we say you want to catch the best entry for reversals, that's exactly what we call it. 2:33:37, literally around the beginning of the move. That's how you can get a good risk to reward ratio. As it goes to 234, you can lock in a small position to turn it into a risk free and then just keep managing it all the way up to I think 234.60ish at least would also not be a bad target. So that's
So you
basically
would
it.
you would take some off around let's say like the 11:15 high there on that candle there, like take
Not the
25% off
high.
here.
Yeah, you don't
Okay.
want to go for the high because sometimes it doesn't reach it to the penny. Closer to the high.
Okay. Okay.
That's what's preferable. Sammy said that Marvel just listed on the S&P 500 index. Just means like just now, or just means today or earlier?
So for it to be a risk-free trade, so you get in at 233.37, you take 25% off at would you take a 25 partial here?
Say it again.
Or would you take a 25% partial to make it a break-even trade?
Yes, somewhere around 25. Especially midday, you want to just look into something.
Mm-hmm.
Worst case is going to be half an hour loss if it goes to your full original
Entry.
stop loss.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because initially you don't want to exit at break even. You want to keep the stop loss around 230 to 80-ish at least. Yeah, somewhere around 80-ish. So that would
Okay.
be like 50 cents stop loss around 1.5 hours. You're looking something. And manage the risk a bit differently later during the day.
Got it.
Today, Sammy, it's interesting that it got listed into the S&P today, and it's struggling that much. Is it struggling? I think it's holding, right? Yeah, it's not selling off as much as everything else.
Marvel, and that's
Yeah.
shocking. World Tourist is asking, can you please analyze gold? Fire away.
Gold? Do you want to do that?
I don't know. You go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't.
Like
Yeah, I
like you
mean,
said with gold, these commodities, the wicks, I don't know. I never trade them to be honest, so I wouldn't want to analyze it.
yeah, I mean, it's sitting at the only zone we're sitting at. So we have zone between 360 and 400. This is literally the buy zone. But is it going to go higher? I don't love stocks that they moves like this, to be honest. If you're talking about an intraday setup, then this thing is just ugly. Look at this 5-minute chart. Intraday, it's just nothing. In fact, you can play a channel play on it, just buy it closer to the low, set stop loss at the low, and go all the way to 348.80-ish, for example.
Yeah, Olivia, you can email me anytime. Any questions around the funded account or opening range trading? That's kind of my bread and butter right now. But I can help you out as much as I can for sure. What's SpaceX doing? Let's have a look. I haven't even looked at that today. 167. Oh, it's on SSR too. 69 million shares traded. That would have been a nice 5-minute opening range breakdown as well. Yeah, wow. Look at the tape on this thing. Holy hell. You don't even, do you watch the tape much when you trade or no?
Not at all, to be honest.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. This red line gives you enough information that you can get from the tape. You know, when people say that it's a bullish sign when you see the bid is being held, it's a bearish
Yes.
sign when you see the ask is being held. If you see that
Mhm.
the price hitting 348.10, but the volume price increases, it means that the bid is holding. So you don't really need the tape to tell that. You see the shares in the volume bar are increasing and the price is holding around here. That means that the bid is holding. If the price goes to the upside and it starts holding a particular level, that tells you that the ask is holding. Sometimes you see the price goes, for example, to 348.07 holds. Then it goes to 08, 09, 07 holds. 08, 09, 10, then 08 holds. You see, so you don't really need the tape to show you what numbers the price is holding when you can see that based on how it's stalling around here. Maybe the only benefit from the tape is that you can see how big the orders are at each particular level, but that doesn't matter because algos could break down these orders to get filled at better prices. And
Got it.
80 to 90% of the market volume is controlled by algos, right? So, and the other thing is that watching the tape should not be something that you watch all the time 24/7. It should be around key levels. For example, let's say that I want to play to the short side around here, and I want to play to the short side, for example, I want to see how it's going to behave around this level. And people start watching the tape. Is it holding or not at this area before you short it? But like I told you, you could do that just by seeing how the level holds around here. Without looking at the tape, I could tell that this level around here was bought for so many times. You know, the price dropped to 348, 84.37, rejected. So you could tell that, oh, there was a big buyer around here because it was getting bought from this area for so much time. And now it breaks it. I see that on the tape and I short it. You see that on candlesticks without looking at the tape. That's why I prefer to keep an eye on the charts rather than tape. And again, there is nothing wrong. I'm not saying that the tape is useless or watching it is also a waste of time. It's not. It's different trading styles for me. I prefer to read the red tick and watch the volume.
Amazing. Thank you. I've been watching Paris for a long time and he's like so good at reading the tape and it's just there's so much going on when you're watching it, right? And I like your assessment of just watching the candlesticks instead. Because the tape, if you're just trying to learn to read it and then you throw that on top of everything else when you're trying to learn, it's just like you're distracting yourself from what you really should be focusing on, right?
Exactly.
Our guy Kyle is using economy of effort, 1 mail and 4 day. I've actually been getting quite a few emails. I don't respond to them as quickly as I probably should, so I apologize for that, but I'm trying to get better. Some people like I get like novels sent to me, which is fine, and I'm taking the time, but when there's about 15 of them, it takes a while to get back. So I apologize if I haven't got back to you, but I will. What did Amazon end up doing? Let's have a look here. If we would have took that trade, did it hold up? Oh, it's still going. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's still
There we
going up,
go.
which is good. Did anybody go for this reversal play? Hope you guys did. What, like, you see, now if someone tells me, Emmanuel, what do you think about Amazon? Is it reversing around here? Too late. Because for
Right,
reversals,
exactly.
you wanna get the best possible price. And sometimes you get people asking you whether it's a good reversal when it reaches view up or closer to view up. That's even more late. For reversals, you need to be good at timing your entries exactly around the edges once it's ready. You don't just buy it around the edge. You need the full setup to be ready around the edge, and then you buy it. That's the best possible price with the best possible stop loss, and then you end up getting good risk to reward ratio.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, guys. Good job for those who took it.
There's been so many times. I used to trade a lot more reversals when I first started. Exactly what you just said. Like I would have got in at what would that have been like 11:20 before the hammer. Now my eyes have actually all I wait for now
Mm-hmm.
if I'm trading reversals are like the hammers, like the 11:30. What is that? The 11:32, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Because it closes as a high, right? And that's where you said to get in.
Yeah, while it went from red to green, why did I like it? First of all, we said that we want to see that the 15 gives us some sort of a bottoming price action, at least a hammer. 5 minute
Yeah.
chart did good hammer with good increasing volume. And this is what I call the cat ear setup. It did not give it perfectly, but it still was good. Basically, you have a bullish candlestick followed by an inside bar candlestick, followed by a new low, even if it's a little bit. So inside bar candlestick followed by a new low going from red to green. That's what I call the candlestick. It just looks like this. Anyway, that's kind of the reverse of it, and that's kind of the trigger for it. I love this kind of setup for reversals. Bearish candlestick followed by an inside bar candlestick, followed by a new low that doesn't go below the previous low, and then you just use
On
that
the
trigger
5 minute
fundamentally.
chart.
It could be on any time frame, but obviously,
Okay.
depending on the time of the day, the later we go, the higher the time frame I want to see this forming on.
Eamon's just making you guys money for free today. What a gentleman. What a nice guy.
Send me PayPal cut, please.
Yeah.
It's all you guys. I'm
I'll
just
send you
watching.
my Venmo. Yeah.
I'm just watching the market and it's you pulling the trigger because you could have lost on this one as well, right? And it wouldn't have been my fault. How is the SMCI on Atlas? This is the SMCI on Atlas. I think I have it literally on the main screen. Looks more bullish than bearish, at least at the moment.
Would you, for SMCI, like your style of trading, like you would have traded at the open, would you have ever got back in around 11 o'clock or anything like that, or no? Like once you hit it, you're not going to trade the same stock twice.
Which one, sorry?
Like on SMCI, just as an example, like if you
Mhm.
had this on your watch list, like you would have executed a trade, say, whatever, say 9:35, you got your
Mhm.
move. Would you ever re-enter again?
I see. So basically, I was analyzing this one during the pre-market, and I did not like it because of the three candlestick rule on the hourly chart. That's one, that's two, and this is the third hourly candlestick. So if we were to play AMD, SMCI at the open, it would have been just for a quick momentum because I know that it could give me the third candlestick, but then I expect this to happen. Never happened, but that's what I would expect. So if I were to play SMCI, it would have been just for a quick momentum play on the 16-minute chart, targeting 115-minute ATR. So what I would do is I'll go for the 15-minute chart and I'll take a look at the average 15-minute candlestick at the open for the last 5 days. And this is basically the size of the average 15-minute candlestick from 32.30 to 33.98. So if I were to play SMCI, it would have needed to be long around here with the stop loss at the low, add for a 1 minute ORB, moving the stop loss to the low of the entry candlestick, which would be somewhere around 25, maybe 30 cents, targeting the average true range, which is basically the average 30-minute candlestick size, a 15-minute candlestick size.
Mm,
Make sense?
wow. Yep.
That's why I was not even watching it. And after that, it's done until it gives the 60-minute reset, which never has happened.
Okay. Love that. Thank you.
Mm.
You're just the gift that keeps on giving, hey? You're such a you're so knowledgeable. It's crazy. You ask this guy anything and he knows like right away, bang. Like it is. My God, it's
Not
amazing.
always right, guys, but
That's
have some
true. You're not
answers.
always right, but I would say
But they have some answers.
your hit rate's pretty good. Yeah. If you say this
Yeah.
is how you make money, you can be sued if they don't. Well, I don't have much for you to take anyway, so that's okay. You can take my jerseys behind me. Those are probably the most valuable thing I have. But again, this is for educational purposes only. We are not telling you how to make money, but we'll try and help you as best we can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Krishan, you're saying it's a chop fest today? I don't know. There's been a lot of opportunities. It just depends on what you're looking at. Like, did you pick the right horse or are you on the sidelines? Hi friends, is it possible to trade only 2 days per week with the funded account? Um, the funded account over the 3 months, you need to trade, I believe it's 32 total days. I can confirm that for you, but I think 2 times a week is not enough. 8,
Yeah.
16, 32, you might just be under it. But yeah, I would say at least, I think 5 is probably a good number. So it doesn't need to be active days. Like you don't need to trade every single day, but you need to take 2 to 3 trades a day or 1 to 2 a day to make sure that you've actually executed on the 32 trades. Frank, I use the PR disclaimer all the time, okay? It's in the fine print. I'm starting after the summer. I will make my quota. Sarah, you can do your quota. Like what's I don't understand what you're saying. I'm starting after the summer. I won't make my quota. You would make your quota. You just have to take 2 to 3 trades a day, like I said, or 1 to 2. If you take 1 to 2, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 a week. So you'd be done in, if you were profitable, you could be done in 3 weeks if you take that many trades. But when I traded my funded accounts, I traded every single day, right? Because part of trading for me is just showing up and being a part of the community. You don't need to necessarily, you can still trade in a simulator. Like the funded account is an actual simulator. But so you can still just trade inside of that, right? Just take very small share sizes. Like the drawdown's only $2,000. So don't if you use the equalize risk hotkey, instead of risking $100, risk $5, and then just screenshot your trades at the end of the day and see if you would have become profitable. And then you can up your risk.
So Emil never made it. I'm glad that I did not keep. You see, guys, these are the days where you need to know when to stop. Played it one time, got subbed out. Played it second time. Back in time, once it breaks, I'll be giving it another attempt here to get subbed out. Give it another attempt around here to get subbed out second time. And sometimes you just never get the move. So it's a gift to know when to stop. And if you end up missing the move every now and then, it's totally fine. Because every now and then you are going to miss the move, but more than often, you're going to survive getting chopped out in these type of ranges.
See you later, El Petron. Your account grew 3.3% today. That's amazing. 5 green and 2 red trades. Day was a success. Yeah, have a good rest of your day, buddy.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Any video of multiple time frame explaining? Osman, there are a few webinars that I have at Bearable Traders, but the only thing that is complete for the multiple time frame analysis is my course on trading terminal. It's a bit pricey for some people. I do offer 50% discount. If you're interested, I can give you the promo code, but I would go for the book. It's the cheapest thing. It's covering a lot of information. It's going to give you a head start. After reading the book, if you think that, yes, that's something that I like, that's something that I want to expand on, you can maybe take the next step. Or before rushing for the next step, join BBT community and watch my free webinars there, or Trading Terminal and watch my free webinars there, and you'll be able to put the whole picture together. How is the book, by the way? I hope you're enjoying it.
I've finished it.
Finished
I
it?
don't know if. Oh yeah, I finished. Honestly, like my wife's a teacher. I'm actually gonna get her because she's done teaching on Wednesday. I might actually get her to print it at school so I can have a physical copy. Like because you sent it to me on a like the PDF, so I'm reading it on my phone. But I like reading books. I'm a little old school that way. I like to have a physical copy in my hand. So maybe I just have to bite the bullet. And it's so expensive in Canada. Like your book's like $43.
The physical, it's because of the shipment, right?
Oh, is that why? Okay.
Yeah, because I mean the book itself in USD, right? Yeah, it's
Yes.
$24 USD, but I don't know how much it converts to your value. I mean, look, if I convert it to Russian, it's going to be 3,000. See?
3,000 rubles? Yeah.
Yeah, or 2,000, yeah, around
Or
2,000, I think.
2,000. Yeah. Wow.
Mhm.
But it's worth it. Let me tell you guys.
Thank you.
Eamon needs a reward for his hard work. How many likes? How many reviews do you have now? 50? I know
It's
I think it was
56.
50
Yeah, it's
last week.
56. Yeah, so thank you guys. Everyone who wrote the review, I really appreciate it because it literally helps, especially a new author. New author gets these reviews. So if you enjoyed the book, if you got the book, because I know a lot of you did, I would appreciate if you spend just a few seconds writing a few words about it. As for free webinars, Turzaya, yes, there will be a free webinar, hopefully sometime in July or maybe beginning of August, free for everyone in Trading Terminal. But for now, I will be running a webinar for Bearable Traders members tomorrow at I don't know what time. It should be announced somewhere. I
I
need
think
to
it's
check it so
11.
that I don't miss it. 11 what?
Oh, I don't know. I think
Oh,
that's
wait,
Eastern
let me
Standard.
check.
I'm Mountain Time, so it's always
Yeah,
it's
there
all
is.
over the
Let
place.
me just double check when it is because I don't know when it's happening. Usually it should be 1 p.m. East. Oh, they put it at 5 p.m. Thank you, moderators. I forgot to ask them to change it. So yeah, I guess it's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, there it is. So June 23rd, 5 p.m. Eastern, using higher time frame confirmation for breakout execution. So obviously not going to be an A to Z, but it's going to have a lot of information. So if you're a BBT member, I'll see you in the webinar room tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern.
See what Amazon did. I don't know. What were we catching a bounce on Amazon, right? Okay, so it rejected around, what is that, 234? But realistically, you would have taken what, 1 to 2 partials already on Amazon, or
Yeah,
no?
it would have been two partials. It would have been
2
two
partials.
partials. Like we said, you first lock in some profits around the first swing high, then you lock in profits around the next swing high, and then you go for the third swing high.
Okay.
So it would have been two partials, yes. But at this stage, yeah, it still did not fail at this stage, but you could move it to break even.
Mm-hmm. Love that. Hey, you guys have a great day. Frank, Chris. Have you guys ever been to a retreat? Frank or Chris? In Vancouver, Thailand? Amazon may come down and make the second bottom and go up again. Jin?
No, not interesting
No.
anymore because it made a
Yeah.
new 15-minute high and now it's setting up for a bear flag. So it could give you what looks like a double bottom only to fail and break the low of the day.
So JPIN ATL, don't do it. If the man
Uh,
tells you, don't do it. Or hey, if it
unless it
meets your
closes hammer.
strategy criteria, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making a good double bottom here.
Yeah, so if the hourly chart closes as a hammer, then we might be able to trade it on the 30-minute chart for the exact same setup that we called around here. But the issue is that it made a reset, and I do not love seeing resets. Resets means that we can have 2-3 continuation candlesticks in a row. The one thing though is that it's sitting at a really good zone. Daily wise, 60-minute wise, weekly wise, this is a really good zone, and it also has hit its full average true range to the downside. I don't know about HIMS. Honestly, I have no idea about it. Weekly chart rejecting the 50 moving average. Daily chart around the 200 moving average. 60-minute chart just breaking the range in the consolidation area. Could reverse, but it has a higher likelihood breaking the low of the day.
Eamon, what do you think of hymns? Oh, you
Yeah,
just did
this
that.
is yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
sorry, I'm in the chat room here. I missed it.
Hmm.
I'm in La La Land. I wonder how
Listen,
long it's going to take us to get to 1 million subscribers. 638, so it's another 362,000. Oh my God. It'll be a Tesla at that time, right?
yeah,
I
a
think
year probably.
Andrew, yeah, in 1 more year. Andrew said he still was going to give that Tesla away. So what
And
about
the faster it is,
NVIDIA? The faster it is, yeah. Is it going to be a Model 3 or what's the really fast one? The Roadster. Oh my God.
I'm not
How's
an
your new
expert on
car?
Tesla.
Yeah, me
My
neither.
new car it's doing well.
Doing well? Yeah, good.
Doing well.
Do you have the baby seat in it already?
The what? Oh yeah,
Ba
yeah. I
baby
have it.
seat?
I have
You
it.
do. Yeah,
It's
very good.
already installed in the car. Maybe I'm rushing things.
No, you're not. Hey, it happens quick, buddy. It's better that it's in there now and you know how to use it.
Yeah, maybe.
I doubt that many people survive this. Yeah, Chris, well, your doubts are correct. 90% of traders fail. That's why being a part of a community is so special, right? That's what you guys are building inside the chat room too. Like how you guys talk to each other is awesome. And you share trades, you share ideas. That's what it's all about, right? Like I can help you where I can. Eamon can help you as well, but use the chat room too. Like, I know you guys like our commentary to an extent too, but reach out to each other too, and build relationships that way. That's how successful traders are. Like the only community I've ever been a part of is Barrel Traders, and it's taught me everything I've known. So, you guys are in the right place. Good to be prepared.
All right, guys. So we are actually hitting the 12 p.m. Eastern. If you guys have any more questions, feel free to email me, Ayman@bearabletraders.com, or Kyle@bearabletraders.com. Kyle said, we're more than happy to answer any questions you have. Trade smart. Have a great rest of the day. And we'll talk to you tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Eastern. See you guys.
Cheers, you guys. Take care. Air guitar.